Coming out tonight, okay, alright. It's about that time. I'm coming out tonight. 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 Okay, alright. It's about that time. I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight. I'm coming out tonight.
These presents don't really come for free. Your paycheck don't mean that much to me. Just take my hand and hold me tight. You'll never find my love. You find me this and you find me that. So lean over, you got me wrong and that's a fact. Something that you got to know that I dance to a different love. Will you realize when I'm gone that I dance to a different song? It's a shame, but I got to go.
Welcome to Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the second annual Digital World Summit. Please welcome the founder of the summit and president of Solution Road, Ms. Sarah Smith.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Go Red. Thank you. Thanks for coming to the second annual Atlanta Digital World Summit. I just wanted to say thank you for attending and also give a shout out to our streaming audience. I don't know if you know this, but we are streaming live on Twitch for the youngsters, LinkedIn for the oldsters, and YouTube for the middle Gen Z folks. So I know you're wondering, or maybe you aren't, but What is an Atlanta Digital World Summit? What is it? Is it all about Atlanta? Is it all about digital technology? Is it about the world? Will it be a boring old summit? First, no. No, thank you. That's my sister. Thank you, sister. First, no, the summit is not only about Atlanta, because Atlanta is an international city. We're global. We work with everybody. Digital technology is nothing without the human element and how people interact with technology. Technology would sit, do nothing if it wasn't for creative people like all of you here in this room. The Atlanta Digital World Summit, as we like to call it, the ADWS, is the space where humans and tech collide. What about the world part? Again, technology connects us as people. And if you look at our airport, we move 300,000 people a day. That wouldn't happen without incredible technology redundancies. Here's some fun facts. Did you know that the New York Stock Exchange and all its trades move through Georgia? Not New York, they move through Georgia. Did you know that 70% of all digital financial transactions, debit, credit card transactions, every time you buy something you're not supposed to on the computer at home, it runs through Georgia. And what's our nickname, West Richards? Transaction Alley. Remember that, Transaction Alley. Thank you. Did you know that Amazon leases all of its delivery technology from UPS, based here in Atlanta? Did you know that? Did you know that the world's cyber hackers, Iran, Russia, North Korea, hit Georgia first when they try to hack companies and institutions in the US? They come here. We're so popular. That's why we're here today, so all of you can learn these things and so we can teach these things to the rest of the world. With that, I want to welcome our opening speaker, a gentleman that has a very, very strong technology background. He also has a background in nonprofit technology. He understands what technology can do to bring people together. And I'm so excited that he's here, and I'm so proud that he leads this city. Please help me make some noise for our mayor, Andre Dickens.
Thank you. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good to see all of you all here today. Thank you, Sarah, for that introduction. Thank you all for allowing me to spend some time with y'all this morning at the second annual Atlanta Digital World Summit. I'm really thrilled to be in the company of so many innovators, thought leaders, and digital pioneers this morning. And I want to acknowledge Sarah for this summit's being the founder and the visionary as well of and a part of it, as well as the host committee that is helping to put this on and inviting me to join you today. I'm very honored to be a part of this. Also, all the business leaders representing the many tech-related industries that are here. I see some in the audience, so thank you. And of course, I want to acknowledge my senior technology advisor, Donnie Beamer, who's sitting in the front row. Give Donnie a shout out. Donnie's wearing the Falcons hat. We had a win just a few days ago right there on that field. Rise up. So Donnie helps to keep Atlanta centered as one of the nation's fastest growing high-tech urban centers. I understand there are plenty of students here today. I met a couple of them already, some gamers, and I heard that you guys are skipping class but getting credit for it. So that's good to know. I'm urging you students to take full advantage of being here with this accomplished group of folks, of executives, of leaders. You are in the right place at the right time to hone those networking skills and take in as much as you can while you are here with us. Atlanta is one of the fastest growing digital cities on the planet. We are leading in fintech, as mentioned with Transaction Alley, in gaming, in entertainment and sports technologies. And the Atlanta Digital World Summit is here to be a megaphone to shout out about this message to the whole world. Right now, I'd also like to say hello to all of our digital friends. I heard there's a lot of folks on YouTube, on LinkedIn, and on Twitch. So, come to ATL and see what we have to offer, but enjoy this conference. I'm glad you are joining remotely, and hopefully you get to come here in person, because Atlanta is unlike any other city in this world. But today, we're at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium again, where the Atlanta Falcons, Atlanta United play, where the World Cup will be played in 2026, where college football championship is played every year, and the SEC championship. But today is all about Atlanta Digital World Summit. And the most important question of the day is, what's next? In this room today are the visionaries who can really help to answer this question. And we want you to know that Atlanta is more than ready to be the launching pad for the next big idea. Steve Jobs once said that innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity and not a threat. And so as you consider what's next, the answer could be right here in this room at this summit. It may be a groundbreaking idea that we all can share, or it could be in the form of some partnerships that might get formed. Either way, I'm happy that Atlanta gets to be in the room where it happens. So thank you all for making some time for me to be here to speak this morning, to say hello to you. I'm proud to be your mayor for those that live here. I'm proud to one day be your mayor for all of you that are trying to be here. And proud to support our digital industries, and really proud of this summit. So thank you all, and have a wonderful time here at ATL. Take it.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everybody from the host committee, for hosting us here at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. This morning, we're going to talk about fintech. And fintech may be a word or concept that's foreign to a lot of you that may not be in financial services or financial technology space, but it's an industry that's pretty vital, or at least we'll kind of look at how vital it is to the growth of our whole economy. I joined the fintech space in about 2014, so 10 years ago. There were two companies at that point called Lending Club and OnDeck, which went public in December of 2014, and it stoked this kind of interest in financial technology. Why? Well, if you look at the banking industry, or if you look at financial services, it's one of those industries that has some of the lowest NPS, or Net Promoter Score, kind of satisfaction among consumers. The founder of Lending Club, Renaud Laplanche, looked at where he borrowed money on credit cards at, let's call it 18 to 36%, and looked at what he was getting in terms of savings, now 1%, and kind of wondered, okay, why is there a 17, 18% difference between where I save money and where I borrow money? And he launched a peer-to-peer lending platform. Since that time, we've kind of evolved fintech into a number of different industries. We've gone through what they call unbundling the bank. And today we're going to talk a lot about that. So as we kind of look at that, I want to introduce our panel. And, if you could go down the row and tell us, who you are, what you do, and what you were doing when you first got introduced to FinTech.
I'm Wes Richards. I'm the executive director of the American Transaction Processors Coalition. We're a trade association based here in Transaction Alley. We're a national trade association. We founded the organization in 2014, kind of like you. At that time, I was running a trade association in the mortgage industry, actually, which has more in common with this industry than you might think. So that's my background.
Funny enough, before I got into FinTech, I was actually in the mortgage industry. So we'll talk a little bit more about that later. David.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Ness. I lead FinTech partnerships and investments at US Bank. And when I first discovered FinTech was actually when I first started at US Bank, believe it or not. I'd spent a decade previous to that learning how not to bring small companies into large organizations in a retail organization. And so very familiar with the venture system, but I hadn't touched FinTech. And so the first company that I've got hands-on experience with was one of our big successes. It's a company called Socure. So it does fraud analysis, so super useful for a bank. So that was my first FinTech experience.
Good morning, everyone. Luis Silva. I lead global partnerships with fintechs at MasterCard. And a little bit of the history for me, I was first on the tech side of this, building a lot of technology and activities for different industries on the ad space and healthcare. And then from that, I decided with some friends, hey, what will be interesting to actually do a startup? Venmo was coming out, and we thought, hey, let's take Venmo to Latin America. And through that process, I started getting to know a little bit more about what it actually meant to be a fintech. And going through mentors and advisors, I actually found a spot at MasterCard. That's what got me into working at the fintech ecosystem and being part of it for the last 8 years.
Laura?
Yes, Laura Gibson Lamoth. I'm the executive director for the Georgia FinTech Academy. We're a talent development initiative across the university system of Georgia, supporting all 26 public-facing institutions. My gateway into FinTech was banking. I came out of college looking for a career that I can make some money. And unfortunately, fine arts wasn't necessarily paying the bills. And so I got sucked into the world of banking, rotated into a lot of different technical aspects of banking, and fell into true fintechs, which is where, or what brought me to Atlanta.
Great. So if there are any fine arts majors, don't get disheartened. You can find a career in FinTech.
I didn't realize you were a fine arts major. So Humayun Zafar, I'm a professor at Kennesaw State University. I'm also the chair of the Department of Information Systems Security. I was not involved with FinTech at all until a few years ago when someone came up to me like, hey, we're part of the Georgia FinTech Academy, but we don't think it's going anywhere. Do you want to take charge of it? And now we have a degree program and everything in it. So I fell into it, but it's been great since then.
Great. So those of us that have been in the innovative space know that innovation doesn't come without challenges. I myself am a capital markets native, so when I think about things or concepts, I think about it in supply and demand imbalances, market imbalances. So if I think about the different cohorts that we have involved here, whether it's from the academic and student side, where we're sourcing talent that will drive the next series of innovation, from industry, who is the consumer of that innovation, and then from public-private policy or public and private kind of partnerships, as well as the regulatory and legal framework, there are a number of imbalances, supply and demand imbalances that need to be addressed. I thought we'd start out with Humayun and Laura to talk about, one, Georgia FinTech Academy and what it does to help meet the challenge or solve the challenge of the need for workers and talent. And also, Dr. Humayun, if you could also tag on in that, how the universities are preparing the next generation of the workforce in FinTech.
You want me to start? Yeah. Okay. we've had this talk so many times. I feel like between Humayun and Wes Richards, it's interesting to think about the landscape and where we are here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I know we'll talk later to the thriving ecosystem from a fintech perspective, so I won't spoil that. But from an academic perspective, we're just as robust. I mentioned the 26 universities that we work with from the Georgia FinTech Academy's perspective. We are enabling and empowering these universities to offer degrees of study in fintech. And so what that means is on the back end, we offer kind of curriculum as a service. We're providing a platform digitally. And then also we're working with our partners like Kennesaw State, which has been one of the tremendous partners that we've had, who's led the way to delivering a program all the way up to a master's level, a graduate level degree. And so for us, it's not just about the academic side, it's also the experiential learning, getting students exposure and experience, but really ensuring that it's aligned with the demand of the industry. So we stay in sync with what's going on in the industry. And that means coming to events like this, constantly engaging with industry. We hosted a FinTech Education Summit where we had 42 partners from across the industry representing different areas, opine on the curriculum and how the curriculum is evolving, but then also look at some specific skill sets that are really required for students to be competitive in this very highly competitive market. And just a little plug from a university perspective, it's interesting because I think Forbes named Atlanta just recently one of the top most educated cities in the entire US. And that's representative of the amazing academic excellence that we have. We're also ranked high from a research perspective as well, but combining that with our exposure to the industry really helps us tailor and configure the approach to make sure that our students get jobs.
So what she said, right? So here, it's. I think when we talk about what the FinTech Academy is all about, you really have to think about how they operate, and it's quite fascinating. So, I mean, you all went to a college, right? But did you ever take a class at some other college while you were enrolled at, let's say, where'd you go? Which college? Georgia State. Okay, well, enough said. So if you were taking, so basically our students can take, if they're enrolled at Georgia State, they can take a Kennesaw State University class, or a KSU student can take potentially a Middle Georgia class and count it toward their degree without being enrolled at that other institution. To me, that's the uniqueness of the program, because that actually allows us to almost, tap into specific skills that actually exist at these institutions. That's the model which I don't know if there is one like that actually in the country.
Yeah,
so
sure
that's what really makes it work. And institutions are on the same page, because the vision is, okay, for the state of Georgia, what can we do? And this is how we do it. Instead of, folks competing on, similar grounds, we're all part of the same space. So Kennesaw State focuses on payments. Georgia State focuses on some general fintech. Middle Georgia might get into analytics or something cyber related. And so, but it gives our students the opportunity to then work in teams with other folks. And really that's real life. So that to me has been the big, big part of what makes this all tick.
And it's really kind of an interesting point, because when we talk about fintech and later on in the panel, what I think that we've seen is that there's been this evolution of the industry where it becomes very point specific within certain industries, and it requires knowledge not only of financial services and the technology, but the industries that they serve. I wanted to come back to a point that you'd made earlier, and Humayun, you had mentioned this, that Georgia being one of the leaders, I guess, or are there other states that are also implementing such a robust program in terms of educating the workforce for fintech specifically? Or what do you see as the trends going forward in the space?
Yeah, so I think domestically and internationally, people are starting to catch on to what we've developed from a FinTech Academy perspective. I know recently I was in Ireland with West, talking with some universities out in Belfast and Northern Ireland who are early days, still maturing their program and looking for partnership. But domestically, we've seen FinTech programs pop up across, but not as robust as we offer. So 42 courses across a variety of technical aspects, and some foundational that we've matured over the past 5 and 6 years. And so the opportunity for partnership here domestically with other universities has been something exciting for us to embark upon.
Yeah, what really makes it work, like I said, is this idea of a transient student, right? The fact that you can cut across the way we cut across. Now, we have a lot of university systems in the country, right? We got the University System of Georgia with its 26 entities, to the University of California system, Texas A&M, University of Texas, Texas State, Florida, but they don't necessarily get into the concept of transient status. So again, there you need to have that buy-in, and probably has to start all the way at the top. So whoever it was who decided that this is the way to do it, truly did invent something which even to this day, no one else is following. Because for any institution, enrollments is the driver. That's how you get your funding. That's how you get anything, really. But yet we've shown that even with this transient status, all institutions can still grow. So you kind of look at the growth of institutions in the state of Georgia, they've gone up dramatically.
And I think one extra thing to add, you just made me think of something as well, is the fact that the industry influences what we're developing from a curriculum perspective. So that influence is, I think, the most desirable. So outside of just saying we want to recruit talent from these universities and partner with them and invest in them, it's different to say we need specific students with specific skill sets that are, capable or can transition into those roles more smoothly and more effectively. So that's what we, as a program, try to offer.
So that's the supply side. We're going to get the demand side in just a second. But in terms of the public-private partnership aspect, Wes, you have been involved in the fintech industry for some time. You're involved with a number of organizations, including ATPC, which was one of the earliest supporters of the FinTech Academy. Why is that important to the ATPC? Why is it important to you, and why do you do it?
The history of the FinTech Academy goes back to when we were doing the business plan for ATPC as sort of a unique trade association. One of the themes that kept coming up over and over again with our founders was a need to secure talent, and securing talent that wasn't what was currently happening at the time, where basically all fintech companies were stealing employees from each other. That was the workforce development plan. So we thought maybe there was some merit to creating a workforce that we could grow organically through the university system. And to the gentleman here on the end, his point about taking a top-down approach, there was a method to the madness, and fortunately we made that choice. So we secured support first from the Governor Deal, and then we secured support in the Georgia Senate and the Georgia House, and then with the Georgia Economic Development folks. And then once we had the political buy-in, then we went to the Chancellor's office with all our companies and made the case that we needed to develop a FinTech Academy that could provide talent for our ecosystem, which, by the way, the world's largest payment processing ecosystem is in transactionality.
Got it. Great. And so, David, Luis, your companies, your bank and your card network work very internationally. You have very specific and different roles. How do you view the importance or the relevance of talent development as it pertains to U.S. Bank's operations, to MasterCard's international operations? We've touched on a lot of different points, but I'd love to hear from you as working at banks that will need some of that talent. What's the relevance, or how important is it for you to have somebody that's conversant in fintech?
Thank you. I think it's super important because, for us, talent is everything, right? We cannot do things without the right people. And so I think the acceleration, so when I look back when I started at the bank with very little financial background and unaware of fintech at the time, I think we could have my team within the bank is called FinTech Acceleration. And I think we could have accelerated the speed at which we ramped up and worked as an overall team if we had a better talent pipeline coming through. What I loved about the model that you described is that interoperability piece, where you're also looking at the core function of university and said, you know, it's an enrollments, but let's break that for the benefit of our students. I think that's fantastic. And there's some great parallels within the FinTech ecosystem itself around that kind of innovation model there. So I think to see that talent coming through is one of the reasons why we as US Bank are heavy supporters and advocates of programs like this, where we have people on our teams giving up time to coach, mentor the students themselves in particular, because we see the value of that as it comes through.
Yeah, no, I will echo that. I think that the main element today is that there's amazing people out there that with amazing talents, but when you speak about FinTech, they don't know what you're speaking about. And you see that across leadership, across new hires, across different people. And the main element that we need to do when we hire new team members is a training. So we need to actually train them on what is FinTech? How do you actually interact with FinTechs? What is it that a FinTech is looking to do? It's so different to a traditional banking system, to a traditional financial ecosystem, that you need to be agile. You need to be on your toes all the time, because the companies are going to try to disrupt what exists in order to bring innovation, right? And if you are not used to that type of approach, if you don't understand like this ecosystem changed so quickly that you need to be always educating yourself and always learning and always innovating, then it's a lot of challenges to you, because then you stay a step behind and you're just a follower rather than a leader. And I think that one of the elements about this program and about kind of bringing the students into what is actually a FinTech and the diversity of it, right? Like you talk about cybersecurity and payments, and there's other kind of areas like FinTech touch all of these points and more. So it's an always evolving ecosystem. And I think that having that education and having that groundwork of, hey, let's go out, let's learn what it is, let's learn how you can actually do a little bit better, and then find that sweet spot that you like where you're going to grow. It's going to be a very differentiated aspect for the next generation to go.
Great. Thank you very much. And one of the things that I think about when I started in the industry in 2014 and told even my peers, the educated people in financial services, I'm moving from finance into FinTech, they always would say, well, what is that? And so a lot of what I take from that is that there was not a lot of information or not a lot of buzz around FinTech. And I would look back and look at some of the investing statistics. In 2014, there was about $5 billion invested in the space. In 2019, that number grew to about $217 billion. We had a COVID year, which everybody knows about. And then by 2022, that number peaked at $230 billion, spread over 8,000 investments. As we go through the second half or start the fourth quarter, at the end of the second half of 24, there was about 50 billion. So we're back to 2019-ish kind of levels. And it's over 2,000 some odd investments. How does that change the way incumbents like yourselves evaluate FinTech, or the way in which FinTech is going to be used at your own organizations?
Do you want to start?
Well, thank you. I think we're seeing a little bit of the consolidation in a way of businesses. So one of the things that we saw through COVID is a lot of businesses had great ideas, but didn't have the economic resources to actually stand out and grow. So we saw a lot of acquisition by some of the bigger organizations trying to enter and expand a little bit of the horizon of what they were doing. But at the same time, what that also enabled was a little bit more of verticalized approach into some of these segments that has led to new areas of opportunities and new areas of disruption. So what I think over this years, a lot of that has been more of investment from bigger organizations or bigger entities buying the smaller entities and doing a little bit of an acqui-hire or technologies buy-ins. And there has been other segment that has been a little bit more growing and expanding across new technologies. That it's where I think that the trend you're going to start seeing out of 2025 is going to be, again, raising a little bit more the investment, raising a little bit more kind of the opportunities as the ecosystem has gone back into a growth stage and not more of that of consolidation. So That's where I see the value. And as a company, where do we see the opportunity is that through this consolidation, there has been more opportunities for us to actually expand as well our footprint with these partners and really narrow the ability for us to co-develop and innovate with them into solving some of these pain points or challenges that the ecosystem is bringing to them.
Awesome. I think it's spot on. And I think I would just add to that there's also historically, like fintech started off consumer payments focused. And so over time, you kind of seen that ramp up, like any kind of new area of business, it ramps up to a certain level and then kind of it normalizes down through either acquisition, a bundling of technologies together, or just not having the right business model and people going out of business. So we've seen kind of one cycle of that play through, which has helped. Obviously exasperated by COVID at that time, but then also right before COVID hit, there was that huge kind of rush of influx of just capital coming in from large mega funds that were just raising up valuations. And so that on the back, so rounds being raised slightly higher than the market should have been paying for them, and COVID coming along kind of has created more a downward like trench down to where we're kind of recalibrating now, which is I think good for the industry overhaul. So what we haven't seen is like a complete pullback, right? We're seeing things, as you said, things are normalizing again. And what that means though is the companies that we're seeing now that have gone through that cycle are better run, right? And so that helps everybody. If you get better run companies that aren't just getting rewarded for growing nothing but sales traffic, but well-managed companies, they are in it for the long time. And those are the kind of partners people like US Bank are looking for, well-run companies that will help us support our customers and our consumers. And so like what's in it for the bank? Better run companies. And then also with a rationalization of value normalization, if there are opportunities where we see strategic capabilities that someone else has developed outside of the bank, then hopefully that makes it slightly more attractive for us to have conversations with them and bring those capabilities into the bank.
Great. So in 2019, one of Andreessen Horowitz's general partners, Angela Strange, she made a pronouncement that in 5 years, every company would be a fintech. Does that kind of play out, or has that played out? Have you seen that play out in terms of, A, the startups that you're working with, or perhaps the companies that you may be competing against?
I'd say every company has a component of fintech. I might change it slightly that way. Because if you look about it, what is fintech? It's basically transactions, right? Of some description, of some value, kind of being normalized across things. And that's generally one definition of fintech. Like when I first started at the bank, I was struggling to share what fintech was with leaders in the bank. So I Googled it, say what is, like typical like consultant kind of answer, right? You put in the dictionary definition of here's what fintech is, you start your presentation. What I came back with was there was actually a PhD paper on the topic of what is the definition of fintech, with the summary that it was very hard to define, right? So there's all these different things. It's very, very hard to define. So there is this, if we look at the other people here today from gaming, entertainment, sports, there's that element of payment that cuts through all of that, right? But it's more than just payment, right? It's the back-end infrastructure that we have. So we see a move in fintech now to this more to the B2B models, and it's the business models that they've helped accelerate that I think is also a component of fintech. So I definitely agree with what Angela's saying. I just think it's very nuanced, and you can find your answer in her answer.
From the network side, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, what I will add to that is that I think that people are realizing that not everything needs to be a cost center. Before, they saw a lot of payments as tasks they needed to perform in order to complete some type of transaction. And they're realizing that they can actually turn that into a revenue generation asset. US Bank, for example, has an amazing infrastructure that they provide to a lot of organizations and merchants globally to support that type of engagements. MasterCard, on the other side, we help companies as well grow those type of alignments and opportunities by generating kind of virtual cards or generating kind of transfers between point A and point B and an infrastructure of accounts payables and account receivable ledgers that allows you to also understand and minimize the cost that has to do with making payments on the B2B space, for example. So that generation and that change from a consumer landscape where everybody was just trying to optimize their user experience and just facilitate that way you access money or you drive kind of your day-to-day activities, to now becoming part of a B2B ecosystem where everybody is kind of participating, and actually by simplifying and optimizing your flows, you're re-looking at your costs and actually trying to generate new revenue for the company. That's part of a big transition of why we see that every company is becoming part of the fintech ecosystem.
Now, Wes, one of the things that you'd mentioned with ATPC, your constituency Has that changed as kind of this definition of fintech has morphed into a number of different entities, or how have you seen the partnerships among financial services and financial technology companies evolve?
I would say that since we started, our board of directors, made up primarily of legacy companies, has remained pretty much in that realm. Okay. Our other members have changed. I mean, we've added not only more and more smaller processors, but also some fintechs and so forth. So in the government relations world, there's a bit of a conundrum. So while our legacy companies that make up our board of directors do business with all kinds of fintechs, okay, and ISOs and ISVs, and they interact with the ecosystem. But in the political realm, in the government relations realm, our companies that are on our board are super highly regulated companies. The fintechs, not so much. Okay, so there's a natural friction in Washington and in the state legislative bodies where you have a push and pull. So you have the fintechs who are trying not to be regulated because it's really expensive to be regulated. You need compliance capacities, you need regulatory expertise and so forth. So they resist it because it's expensive and they're trying to grow. Our companies are highly regulated. And so there's, like I said, there's a little bit of a friction there between the two that we have to sort of thread the needle on. Now, our companies realize that, if you start regulating these early stage fintechs or like mezzanine stage fintechs too early, you could literally put them out of business because of the cost of being really, super regulated. So it's a dance of sorts that goes on in the government relations realm.
Great. I'd love to come back to this point because I think that, one of the most common examples of this being the case, and we've talked about different companies being fintechs, is at one point Starbucks had as many or as much in deposits as some of the larger banks. They had as much in their gift card program or their wallet as many banks did have in terms of deposit size. So we want to come back to that. Laura, could you talk about how does this open up opportunities for the students that may be looking at careers in fintech? Have you seen different things that were traditionally considered fintech or skill sets that were traditionally fintech? And what has that evolved to over the past few years?
Yeah, I think there's two different perspectives. One is the type of company / fintech, and the other is the specific area or domain in which they're looking for talent. The academy, is initiated with some of the more technical functions like cybersecurity and data science, but we've expanded those to other verticals as well, thinking about what the industry needs. When we use the words, fintech for the Fintech Academy, it's definitely much more broad. So it's the entire ecosystem players that are within that payment pattern, from traditional banks, which we work with, to true fintech startups, which might need a more consultative type of approach in their talent acquisition strategy development. So it's really kind of just tailoring a plan for the company, and then aligning our students to those opportunities as well. For the academy, we host 2 nights a week, each week during each semester events where we have industry leaders from various areas come and speak to students, which I think is incredibly important because it provides exposure into the diverse pathways, as Luis mentioned, into the industry. So giving them kind of that front end experience to really talk to or hear from someone that has taken that journey into the industry. In
terms of course curriculum or content or curriculum creation, Does the end product really dictate what you're looking to teach the students in terms of preparing them for that, Humayun?
Wow, that's, the one thing about getting involved with the FinTech Academy, the big benefit we've had is to basically make sure our minds are open to change. If you kind of look at traditional academic enterprises, you come up with a degree, it never changes. Anyone here to ever take a biology class or a calculus class? Have they ever changed? And so it's the uniqueness of the curriculum that's really dictated by what it is our students can do. So for example, I just realized, and I forgot, you should have reminded me that US Bank is here.
Yeah.
They actually,
One of our
believe it or not, we have a course that's called experiential learning. All right. And that class is 16 weeks long, just like any other class you guys have ever taken. What's the coolest thing about that class is that there is not a single day where the students actually meet in class. There's not a single textbook. There is not a single lecture. All it is that they somehow miraculously tag along with US Bank, who's a primary sponsor there, and they give us a problem statement. Student work in teams to solve the problem. So what we're trying to do is get into the mindset, at least at Kennesaw State, for students to solve problems through fintechs. And that would be like a goal of ours now, to start talking about, because, with us, going to other conferences like an FIS Emerald or a Money 2020, the idea of pitching an idea and to see, is there something worthwhile? That's what I want our students to start focusing on. And if that means we have to get rid of a calculus course, so be it. It's fine. So it's going to be that shift. And it's a paradigm shift that you can imagine is different.
Yeah, it checks so many different boxes, from project to product management to innovation and being creative and thinking on your feet. I think it addresses a lot of different things through that just experience that US Bank offers.
Great. Luis, you mentioned... Oh.
Can I just say one thing? Thank you. Because you've just created a succession plan for me. Because that's all I do is solve problems using fintechs. So thank you.
Luis, one of the things that you mentioned during when you were last speaking was about vertical specialization. Do you find that fintechs where has this started, or how did that start, and where do you think the most successful kind of specialization has happened? Or on the flip side, do you think that fintechs are better at taking a generalist approach and finding the vertical in which they operate?
That's an amazing question, right? And I think that you started by giving the answer, like how everything started, right? Everything started because somebody saw a problem in doing something and they wanted to find a way to do it better. So from the beginning, all of that has to do with fintech has been about solving specific problems, even lending or getting a better and easier to use bank account, or looking at how do I get easier a mortgage, how do I get more security into the ecosystem, right? Because fraud is increasing. So all of it has been about finding a niche on a pain point and then helping through technology and through innovation and problem solving, address that need and improve the experience of users to really drive that differentiated value, right? So I think that that's where fintech was born. And then through that process, what we have seen is a little bit of, okay, it started by everybody being in their own line, and then you needed somebody to start consolidating that experiences so that you can actually drive a little bit more of a optimized user experience. So all the neobank came on the consumer side, trying to bring all of these experiences together. And then you're seeing right now, after the consolidation, again, a little bit of that disruption onto, okay, consumers are fine. Now we got an amazing experience. The banks are coming in and doing everything that the fintechs did 5-10 years ago. So now if you go to any bank account, right, you will have a fintech-like experience. So what's the next frontier? And I think that that's a little bit of where they're starting to look at things like insurance, for example. How easy is for you to buy an insurance policy today? Car insurance, yeah, they have gone a little bit better, and now you can actually go into an app and buy them. Health insurance, a pain. How do you actually pay for your medical bills? How do you actually pay for anything when you go to a doctor? You get a receipt that comes into the mail 6 weeks later. You don't remember what it is about. It's all decoupled. It's all up for disruption. And I think that that's, again, the next frontier you're going to see is like, before we fix the personal experience, now we're going to be fixing the overall ecosystem.
And you bring up a great point because it's almost as if, or one of the biggest concepts that we've seen, or concept changes that we've seen over the past 2 years, has been moving from what we call banking as a service into embedded finance, or putting finance into context. David, could you talk a little bit about how that transition has gone, or how the banks, or your bank or competitors look at banking as a service or embedded finance, and how you serve either those fintechs or make the experience more seamless?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about meeting your customers where they want to be met, is ultimately what it is, regardless of what you call it. And so that's been a trend that we studied for a long period of time. And then as the technologies have caught up and adapted, we put those solutions into our customers' hands, be that be a kick-ass mobile banking app, right, that you can transact on, be that be a small business portal that you can log into and see your cash flow and have recommendations come to you from there. So it's really just about meeting your customers where they want to be met. And I think that really does tie into some of the other people you're going to hear talking today about the services they're providing and the changes they're seeing in their industries. I think of gaming as a place where you're meeting a customer in an absolutely new environment that we didn't do in the past. And so I think the opportunities there are just pretty much limitless, but now we have that infrastructure of technology, thanks to the fintechs and co-development, that we can start seeing people and meet them where they want to have those transactions, where they need our assistance and help.
And so whether it's in the gaming space, whether it's in financial services or healthcare, it creates opportunities and challenges. I think from the legal and regulatory perspective, West, how has this changed the way that your constituents, the ATPC, has viewed the intersection of these industries? If I look at financial services, and if I look at healthcare, two of the most highly regulated industries, does a fintech company have to be conversant in both? Does it have to be conversant in all? What do they need to know?
It's interesting. There's a certain wisdom to, like, if you look at startups, like fintech startups, or even healthcare startups, take those two, since they're highly regulated industries. It's funny how the one thing that so many startups don't think about is, building into the consideration set what potential compliance regs are going to be out there that they're going to encounter as they unveil their product. Okay, we see this over and over again. If you're talking, like, for one example that's interesting is Uber, embedded payments. They started with the regulatory landscape and worked backwards because they knew that they were up against all the taxi regs and all that in various cities and states and municipalities and counties and so forth. Regulation and compliance ultimately affects everybody. The healthcare startups, I think, are probably more sensitive to it than the fintech startups are. But every fintech that's out there will eventually be regulated in some way, shape, or form. Now, to your question about, how the government looks at that, and the truth is the government can't keep up. The regulatory frameworks are 10, 20, 30 years old. Fintech, ultimately, what that is it's the planet is undergoing the greatest change in how value is exchanged, and the biggest money revolution in history has been happening for the last 10 years. And governments around the world have been trying to keep up with the high velocity change brought forth by the technology. And it's a big challenge. companies are trying their best to educate our government and governments around the world on what's happening, what they're up against. And examples are crypto, blockchain. Now, it's a soup of complexity. And the challenge to our governments is absolutely. So, but they're trying really hard.
Great. So, ladies and gentlemen, we just went 40 minutes without mentioning AI in a financial services and fintech panel. I wanted to commend you, but it does bring me to the next, piece of it, which is the future of fintech, and it's undoubtedly the fact that AI is a big portion of that. But Wes, you brought up crypto, so before we get into the AI piece, which I think is fascinating and will consume the rest of our panel, but let's talk about crypto, stablecoin, CBDCs. 2 years ago, it was all the rage, and traditional banks were going to go by the wayside. Everybody was going to go on chain, and fiat was going away. It's a little different story this past year. A lot of it gets tied into what Bitcoin is doing, what the price of Bitcoin is doing. I'd love to get some of the takes from any of you in terms of where you see crypto, stablecoin, CBDCs, or digital assets in general. Is it as big a part of the fintech ecosystem now, or does it hold the same importance as the other topic that we're going to get to in a few minutes?
I'm happy to take the first one here, but so what I will say is that technology, blockchain technology in itself, it's an outstanding development, right? I think that will be the baseline of development for years to come and generations to come. Because now you're creating a more streamlined ecosystem, right? And I think blockchain is not new, right? So the networks were created 50 years ago almost, and they are built in what we call a centralized blockchain, right? It's one central node that manages all of the information that is coming from different places, and we act as the connectors for the two sides of the equation. What blockchain is doing is now creating different point of interactions through the same levers that allows for a secure kind of exchange of information and validation based on different owners that are part of the chain. So that is going to be innovation and will help optimize a lot of the kind of flows, smart contracts, agreements, and different elements that we're going to see on our day-to-day kind of coming up. So that for itself, blockchain technology, 100%, an amazing element. When we come more into the financial digital currencies, right? Central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, I think that there are some banks that are around the world that are more prompt to being pilots of that type of technology. And they're seeing growth. Why? Because they're saying, hey, we're seeing that people are moving away from physical cash, and we want our currency to still be there in the digital world. So they're kind of doing a one-to-one conversion from their physical currency to their central bank digital currency. And now you have kind of that testing of whether this will work. We're also seeing stable coins as a tool for exchange globally, right? So we will look at remittance players. They're using more stable coins as a way to easily transfer assets from one country to another. And that allows them to have kind of one ledger. And the ledger is just your Excel file where you have all of the transactions kind of spotted between each of the participants, right? And you are just combining the change of events that are happening with that money and that movement. So the idea is that now you can have one centralized ledger that carries all the information between the participants. What is happening is that regulation is coming on right now, and it's telling you, hey, you know what? Every transaction you do with traditional currency or fiat currency is regulated, and you need to do this know your customers or know your business rules that allows you to know, okay, is this really money that is coming from a safe location and transferring to a safe person, or is there something crazy that is happening behind the scenes where the money is funding or the money is being dispersed? On the digital space, 4 or 5 years ago, you didn't saw that. Now it's catching up. So travel rules, it's starting to apply into all of this ecosystem of digital currency. So now the governments are coming in and saying, hey, you want to move $1,000 from the US into Mexico, which is the largest remittance corridor in the world. They're going to say, okay, $1,000, you need to tell me who is actually sending the money, who's receiving the money, and what's the purpose of that. So that in itself tells you a lot of the difference of how all of this is evolving. Bitcoin continues to be an independent currency, and therefore there's a lot that goes into the Bitcoin ecosystem. What did the government do? They created ETF. You can easily trade Bitcoin and be part of the ecosystem. So I think that there's an adoption that's coming into this ecosystem, and it's something that it's not going away, but it's still, at least in the US, is still being kind of explored how we should actually approach it and how this should be part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, I think ditto to everything you said. From an academic perspective, it's interesting. We've never really had many employers come into us saying we need students to know crypto. Blockchain is definitely, however, different. We have curriculum built around that, whereas crypto and the themes of emerging trends are kind of touched upon in some of the curriculum and the coursework that we offer. But with blockchain, it's interesting. You mentioned there being so many different use cases leveraging that underlying technology, and that's what we're seeing. People innovate upon, and that is continuing to develop and take form in the industry.
Humayun, are there any courses that'll tell me what the price of Bitcoin will be next week, or is it more blockchain?
Let me get back to you on that one. So yeah, we do obviously offer, courses aside, honestly, from an academic perspective, we have to start thinking about the long game. Obviously Luis here mentioned everything you need to know about blockchain and crypto and CBDCs and everything. But in the end, I think, let me go back to a point you made earlier about Starbucks, right? How the deposits on a gift card were more than like some bank accounts or whatever it was. And that's the point, right? I mean, if you kind of look at whatever generation we're on, Gen Z, Gen ZZ, whatever it is.
And Gen Alpha is actually on the rise too.
So the point is, they may not bank the way we bank, right? They may not even have a Bank of America checking account or a Chase checking account or what have you. But what they may have is like a Cash App. If that's the behavior that at some point, my understanding is they will grow up and a bunch of people are going to retire. I think it's going to be that wave that's going to start looking into some of these aspects, and that would be normal for them. I think for us, we're a little more risk averse for obvious reasons, right? We're talking about money, we're talking about finances, but that crowd coming up 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now will most probably change the dynamics of what we think of any one of these technologies today. And it just won't look the same.
So do wallets, or the way that Gen Alpha, so Gen Alpha, for those that don't know, are those that have been, I think, are between the ages of 10 and just being born, right? And so the way that they bank, you're absolutely correct, is going to be different from the way that Gen Z is banking today. So is this opportunity? So the concept of wallets versus a bank account, is this an opportunity? Is it a challenge? Is it both for traditional finance? And then I'd love to hear how legislation also is going to combat that or work with that. David, can you address a little bit, or is US Bank thinking about that
Yeah, I think
conversion?
to the wallets question, I just say it's an opportunity. Simple as that. Everything new innovation is an opportunity to look at, either protect our customers better, provide new services that they're looking for. And I think the one other thing that I just wanted to point out in the last conversation is I think there's just a general belief across the financial institution that assets will be digitized, right? And back to the technology components there. And how we digitize those assets and the infrastructure supporting that may have been birthed from crypto and the technology behind that, but really it's being used and looked at and studied now across all the different, you said your capital markets, right? Even capital markets teams are looking at solutions that do this because of the technology, because of the speed of change, because of the massive efficiencies that we can get as we look through that.
Now, West, about 6 weeks ago, I was in Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, and there were 2 presidential candidates, 10 US senators, and a plethora of different political figures that were there. And all of a sudden, it seems that Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, digital currencies have become political, I'll say. However, the real challenge wouldn't be in the legislation piece of it, or how legislation and regulation will address it. Could you touch on how your constituents are looking at that?
Yeah, well, I'll the best thing I can do at this point in the conversation is just sort of explain how the legislative ecosystem is set up to deal with these things. So while the U.S. House Financial Services Committee and the U.S. Banking, U.S. Senate Committee on Banking have domain over the financial aspects, the traditional financial aspects of fintech. There are other committees that have domain responsibility over different aspects of that ecosystem or that universe of financial services. So for example, little known fact, the U.S. Senate Banking Committee and the U.S. House Financial Services Committee, well, they have general domain responsibility over all things financial services. Actually, the agriculture committees have responsibility for all things crypto because it's been determined that crypto is a commodity. So what we have in our Congress is we have members serving on those agriculture committees who have spent years learning about agriculture and food production. Suddenly, they're the ones responsible for making decisions about crypto, okay? That's one example. When it comes to AI, it's really the science and technology committees that have responsibility on making decisions around AI. So, you know, and so it's important to know that you know, the financial services committees in the House and the Senate need to work closely with these other committees to help them understand what's happening. So we've never really had anything like that, quite like that in Congress before. And I will also say the Energy and Commerce Committee has inserted itself, and they're looking for some turf that they can control as well. So they're gravitating towards CBDC, right? So you have this goulash of legislative activity that industry needs to sort of engage with and help, you know, shepherd the politicians through everything that's happening. So there's an enormous amount of coordination that has to go on with these committees. It's time consuming. It's all about education. And it's a big challenge. So basically farmers are making decisions about crypto.
Laura,
Yeah.
there may be some students that Wes could refer your way for the Georgia FinTech Academy here. Well, since Wes, you've brought it up a second time, let's talk about AI. So Angela Strange, who I'd mentioned earlier, a couple of months ago, put a framework together about how AI is going to change financial services. And there are 4 pillars to that. The 4 pillars were labor becomes software, which means that financial institutions will have many of the white collar jobs. They're going to have co-pilots and agents that assist them in their work. That could have a lot of ramifications. Enterprise customers are going to rip and replace legacy software. For those that have worked in large institutions, you just don't rip and replace your core banking. You just don't rip and replace these big systems. However, the technology has gotten so good and the AI-driven kind of new companies are going to be, 10 times better than what they have existing. Sales, marketing, and finance. There are going to be huge sales and marketing teams, large back offices. Labor spend is going to be huge for AI. And lastly, everything's going to be global. AI companies mean that it enables companies to cross borders and to become more global in scope. These layers touch a part of every one of your different domains of expertise. I'd love to hear from each of you, like what you believe is going to be the most relevant, for the people that you speak to on a day-to-day basis, or for the companies that you're working for. Which do you think is going to be the biggest impact or biggest driver? And how can this audience actually prepare for that as it evolves?
You sign our checks.
I know. Thanks, Mike. Oh, wow. I think thinking about how, the AI portion of what we focus on from the Academy has evolved over the years, from a data science perspective, we've been, teaching AI machine learning since the beginning of the academy being established. And applied to the industry, it's always been on use cases like, fraud, risk management, and leveraging, behavioral analytics and other things. So, teaching our students from an AI perspective, AI and machine learning perspective is not unfamiliar to us. However, generative AI is a new category and an arena that is untapped, I think, from an academic market perspective. We have to talk about AI in the terms of responsible AI and ethical AI and all these other, back-end components that are really important to teach our students. However, for the academy, it's been interesting to be able to provide opportunities for students to innovate when it comes to generative AI. For example, we had a student project this past fall with BlackRock, where they developed actually a chatbot to service their customers. And so we got to basically do kind of a hackathon where they were able to apply this technology and develop something that, is tangible and, would hopefully reach the community within BlackRock and the employee base. But it's an interesting way to be able to think about all of these use cases and scenarios of which students can kind of start playing around with and exploring how AI, generative AI, can be applied.
Yeah, I think in some ways, we almost, with academic lens, we always have to demystify things. Kind of goes back to like, what is the definition of whatnot? And there's some PhD student who comes up with something. So one of the benefits, I think, of AI, in addition to everything else that we always read about, right? Look at biases and ethics and so forth, is it brings in certain people to the space, the fintech space, who normally wouldn't probably come into the fintech space. And that may be because they think, oh my God, it's fintech, so it's either finance or technology. So we definitely, as an academic entity, have to start embracing Gen AI, actually do leverage it to the extent that's obviously ethical. But outside of that, I think we're in uncharted waters. No one has, at least I don't know what 20 years from now is going to look like, but like I always say, it's going to be a lot better than what it is right now. But we shouldn't be too afraid of it. It's already here. And if we have too much of a negative connotation associated with that everything else turns into a Terminator 2 movie, then the crowd coming up is also going to be, it'll be like a kid. They're going to then do something which you don't want them to do.
Yeah,
So
I think
just
with the generation that
normalize
it's funny you said that, because I was thinking about, we've talked about this before, just the two of us, but a lot of people are like, AI is coming for our jobs, and the students are concerned about that. And so it's about making them, kind of well-rounded and providing them exposure and providing that kind of experience so that they're competitive in the market. But from an AI perspective, I don't think industry is looking for academia to solve for it, but like fundamentally and foundationally, some of the tenets and themes and skill sets that are needed to help mature them in the area once they get to the other side in the industry is what we've been focused on.
Luis,
Yeah,
biggest opportunity for your company in AI?
So I think that just going back to the jobs, I think that AI is a tool that will facilitate the resolution of tasks, right? And that's the way we see it, right? Today, one of our challenges today is customer support. Is, hey, there's always somebody asking a question, but you have so many different people kind of trying to answer the same question. Wouldn't it be easier just to have a bot or an AI tool that you can just ask the question and it will tell you, hey, this is what we have answered for you. This is kind of what you should provide. This is how the guidance, and it can also tell you, hey, these are the next steps you should look out because this is what it will come out based on this. So I think that it's more about changing the task of a person from being know-it-all or going through 10,000 kind of manuals to answer a question to help more to be a consultant and a facilitator to the person inquiring and just telling you, hey, this is what you need to look for, this is the information, this is how we can facilitate you, and becomes more of that personal approach that sometimes we lack because we believe that technology is there. I think that having them change again between, hey, a machine will answer everything to now, hey, the person will help you again, and bringing that human touch is going to be a very big value of it. There's other elements, but yeah.
David?
Can I change the tack of the question maybe slightly and just say everything that's been said today so far is perfect? I'd say there's kind of three things that I can look at. And I think I view early stages that generative AI is just decentralization of knowledge, right? It just gives access to the knowledge where you had to either know somebody, know something, know a website. Now you don't. You can just ask the question. And then, because I know we have a ton of students in our audience and watching us, I would say 2 things to maybe go and do some research on. One is, if you really just want to up your game and be better prepared, do some prompt training. That simple thing will change your life and increase your effectiveness at using generative AI immensely. And then lastly, when you're looking at the large uncoupling of core systems, et cetera, that we mentioned, go take a look at Klarna right now. They are proposedly doing some really amazing things with AI, where they're saying they're ripping out core systems like Workday for HR and those kind of things, and Salesforce too, because of their dedication, how they've used AI. I would just say maybe take that with a pinch of salt, because they are about to IPO, so some of that might be somewhat hype, but that would be a great case study if you wanted to educate yourself a little bit more on that as well.
And lastly, Wes, the ATPC does a lot in terms of the education piece. We've talked a lot about different topics. What's on the horizon, or what's on the future for ATPC and for your organization?
This weaves right into our AI conversation. So, if you look at it through the lens of the government relations perspective, to us, AI is all about national security. So our companies, our board companies, operate an enormous piece of the American financial grid, the bloodstream of the economy. Our companies, our chief information security officers and their pyramid of staff are literally the people that are protecting all of us from nation-state attacks to take down the grid. And so our message in Congress, and we just had a big AI summit that we hosted in the Capitol building, was all about making sure that regulations weren't introduced that would handicap our companies from leveraging AI to protect the grid. So in other words, we need AI to fight AI, because we're being attacked with AI from, bad actors, fraudsters, criminals, nation states. So one of the sub-organizations that we created was the ATPC Cyber Council, which is populated with, I think we're up to 22 CISOs, deputy CISOs. These are the chief information security officers. And on Halloween, we're going to bring a whole bunch of them to Atlanta, and we're going to have a summit where we're going to talk about the impacts of AI, blockchain, quantum computing on cybersecurity. And we're going to have some heavyweights from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Treasury Department, and some other important agencies are going to be present. And there's going to be a great conversation about what the future looks like in terms of cybersecurity and protecting all those plastic cards in your wallet.
Great. First off, I want to thank the panel for sharing your wisdom and your thoughts today. It really is something that we're all passionate about. FinTech is a part of every industry that you'll hear talk about today. And I want to thank you for sitting and enjoying and learning about FinTech with us. If you have any questions, we'll be around. And thank you to our hosts. Thank you.
Back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality, back to the here and now, yeah. Show me how, decide what you want from me. Tell me maybe I could be that for you. However do you want me? However do you need me? However do you want me?
in every place, in every face. Tell me, do you see her? She's living her life. Even if she acts like she don't want the limelight. But if you knew her, she lives her life. She calls her paparazzi, then she acts surprised. Oh, I know what she needs. She just want the fame, I know what she needs. Give it little taste, running back to me. Put it in the face, pray yourself to me. Ooh, every night, she breaks the sky. Flashing lights, it's all she ever wants is begging on the knees to be popular. That's a dream to be popular. Kill anyone to be popular. Sell her soul to be popular. Popular, just to be popular. Everybody scream 'cause she popular. She mainstream 'cause she popular. Never be free 'cause she popular. Money on top of me, money on top of her. Money on top of me, money on top of her. Try to pull me 'cause you know I'm popular. Try to pull me 'cause you know I'm popular.
I know that you see me, time's gone by. Spend my whole life running from your flashing lights. Try to own it, but I'm alright. You can't take my soul without a fight.
Oh, I know what she needs. She just wants the fame, I know what she needs. Give her little taste, running back to me. Put it in her face, pay yourself to keep. Ooh, every night, she breaks the sky. Flashing lights, it's all she ever wants is begging on her knees to be popular. That's a dream to be popular. Kill anyone to be popular. Sell her soul to be popular. Popular, just to be popular. Everybody scream 'cause she popular. She mainstream 'cause she popular. Never be free 'cause she popular. Money on top of me, money on top of her. Money on top of me, money on top of her. Shawty pull me 'cause you know I'm popular. Shawty pull me 'cause you know I'm popular. Money on top of me, money on top of her.
There. Why is nothing? Ah, thank you. I love the sound of my own voice. Now I can hear it. Now she can hear it. In a couple minutes, we're going to start the gaming panel. So please, if you could find your seats again, looking forward to it. So thank you. That's all I had to say. No, we're going to wait.
Money, I'm keeping it. I'm getting can, I'm keeping it. Money on top of me, money on top of her. Shawty pull me 'cause you know I'm popular. Popular, born to be popular. She ain't got 20 mil, but she running up. She can never be broke 'cause she popular. Tell her I came off for the followers. Begging on her knees to be popular. That's a dream to be popular. Kill anyone to be popular. Sell her soul to be popular. Popular, just to be popular. Everybody scream 'cause she
all it takes is one flight. We'd be in the same time zone. Looking through your timeline. Seeing all the rainbows. I got an idea. And I know that it sounds crazy. I just wanna see you. Oh, I gotta ask, do you got plans tonight? I'm a couple 100 miles from Japan and I was thinking I could fly to your hotel tonight. 'Cause I can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. Can't get you off my mind. I can feel the tension. We could cut it with a knife. I know it's more than just a friendship. I can hear you think I'm right, yeah. Do I gotta convince you that you shouldn't fall asleep? It'll only be a couple hours, and I'm about to leave. Do you got plans tonight?
All right. If everybody can take a seat, we're about to kick off this gaming panel. We have got a rock star lineup, so I encourage you to find a seat up close. All right, gang. How's everybody doing today? We good? Nice. You survived hurricanes and chemical spills, and I'm glad you're here. We do have a rock star panel, and we're talking about an amazing industry, which is gaming. This is not gambling that sometimes uses the word gaming. We're talking about video games. So video games, as you guys probably know, the largest entertainment industry on planet Earth, as big as the film and music industry combined, $200 billion in revenue, and about 3 billion gamers on planet Earth. It's also the most fun industry to work on in planet Earth. I mean, our job is literally to make fun. That is the job description when you are a gamer or an event organizer. So I really look forward to this panel. We are going to cover a little bit around what it's like and what the future looks like in terms of making original game content, in terms of building audience around video games and businesses around those communities. What the investment and funding landscape looks like. And then I also hope I give each of you at least one takeaway, whether you're a gamer or an investor or a potential founder around the game industry. So my name's Todd Harris. I'll be your moderator today. I enjoyed the FinTech panel. I spent the first 15 years of my life in FinTech at NCR, Radiant Systems, and Blue Cube. Then I got to develop original video games for about 15 years at Hi-Rez Studios. We made the game Smite. Any Smite players out there? All right, we got one right next to me, cool. And now I'm also involved in gaming as a media property with Skillshot and Ghost Gaming and a few other things. I'd like this panelist to spend a few minutes, each person, introduce yourself, please, talk about your background in gaming or what got you to where you are, and then what you're currently focused on with your company. So we'll start right here.
Is this on? Yeah, it is. Okay, great. I'm Mike Doyle. I am currently the head of external development and partnerships for Daybreak Gaming. I am also the general manager of Cold Iron Studios. We are currently working on a project for Disney. At the moment, due out next summer. I'm formally legally trained. I got into video games in the classic sort of it's not what you know, it's who you know. A good friend of mine was an executive producer, and when I had moved back from Toronto, I'm Canadian by birth, said, hey, have you ever thought of getting involved in the video game industry? And I was like, no. I was looking to work, I'd been working at a big corporate firm in Toronto and hated my life. And I thought, I'm going to go work for a little boutique firm and have a lot of client-facing time and stuff. So point being is I took him at his word, and I started almost 20 years ago at Relic Entertainment, working on Company of Heroes and Dawn of War. And that really started this odyssey that I've been on ever since, which led me through Electronic Arts Need for Speed, THQ, working on UFC and WWE, Infinite Game Publishing, some titles there, vice president at Atari, the head of interactive at 20th Century Fox. I did the Dubai VR theme park. I worked at Hinterland Games on The Long Dark. And then most recently, obviously, I've been at Daybreak Games. So that's what I do now.
Awesome. Thank you. Allie?
Normally when I introduce myself, I don't have as many credentials, so it's going to be short. My name is Allie Young. I'm president of the Gamehers, which is the largest community for women in the video game industry. We're a global platform that spans across 1.3 million in total reach. As Todd said, 3 billion gamers in the world. Half of them are actually women.
Clap that up, yes. So my name is Titus. I'm CEO and founder of the UEL. We are the largest multi-genre gaming league in the world. And we host basically like the UFC of video games, for short. I actually started in real estate. I did real estate development for about 8 years and built communities, anything from a 10-home community all the way up to what's called a super community, a 2,000 home community. So I always like to say I'm great at building communities, and then what I do is sell access to those communities.
I'm Andrew Greenberg. I have been making my living making games since 1990. I'm also the executive director of the Georgia Game Developers Association. We represent more than 500 game developers around the state, including some of the biggest companies we'll probably talk about later. And I got into the industry because I was a reporter at the legal affairs paper here in town, the Daily Report, writing about lawyers. And sorry, Matt and the other lawyers, I got tired of writing about lawyers and started writing about vampires instead, and just went with it from there.
Cool. My name is Ryan Broussard. I am the VP of Sales and Production Incentives at Rapbook. If you don't know what Rapbook is, we are the next standard when it comes to finance and accounting in the entertainment industry, which does include the digital world and digital content, which I'm extremely happy to say. We have many clients in this field, and we are working with those clients to alleviate their friction-filled days by being the force multiplier that gives them greater speed, confidence, collaboration, and answers than they've ever received at any of the archaic payroll companies or accounting companies that are out there. And we're doing this with next-gen technology and concierge service and a rapid pace of innovation. Personally, I've been in this space for about 16 years. And I was floored, because I'm a huge gamer personally, when I found out in this production payroll space that we like to call it, that we started actually paying and doing stuff for video games, gaming, and esports stuff. So I couldn't believe when some of my favorite IPs were coming across my desk of like, hey, we need to pay this voice talent, we need to pay these crews for the esports stuff, setting up all the stages and everything there. I just couldn't believe that I could be a part of it, because so much of what I was doing was in television and movies, and I was so happy to see that the digital world, especially video games, was a huge part of that pie.
Awesome. It's a good group, right? Yeah, these are rock stars. And so we're going to touch on original IP that Ryan mentioned in a minute. But before we go there, Andrew, I'd like to start with you, maybe just give a little bit of a history lesson of gaming in Atlanta and Georgia. We're at the Atlanta World Summit. Obviously, gaming has risen. You've seen where it was and where it is now. So maybe share with folks a little bit about that growth that we've seen.
Yeah, like I said, I've been doing this since 1990. So there's been a lot of interest in Georgia in game development that entire time. However, and a lot of talent. However, there's not been a lot of money in the areas for bizarre reasons. So growing into the late 90s, we started to see a lot of interest in all areas of technology. Turner Interactive started up, a number of other game companies, including my own, Holistic Design, were going on here. And then the recession of 2000 pretty much wiped it all out. There are 2 studios left in the state. My own, a fellow named Dave Bradley, who had Heuristic Park. But we had great growth between 2000, when we had 2, and 2005, we grew to 5 studios. And that's when the state stepped in and said, well, we've got this Entertainment Investment Act. Let's have it apply to films and games, also known as interactive productions. And then we saw the growth. And it's exploded since then. Todd mentioned Hi-Res Studio, their awesome game Smite. They're now working on Smite 2. Has been a leader in that. They have hundreds of people working for that company now. We have Tripwire Interactive with Killing Floor. They're working on Killing Floor 3 now. They just released a great pirate game called Rogue Warders. They've got 100 people here working. Ubisoft, which is a giant international publisher, has a group here called Blue Mammoth that does, yay, the Brawlhalla stuff you're wearing today. Check them out in November at their Brawlhalla Championship. And great team here. We've got great VR groups like PulseWorks. There are now almost 200 studios around the state. And a lot of that can be credited to the state's foresight in including games as entertainment. We didn't want to just be the entertainment capital for 20th century entertainment. We wanted to be forward thinking, moving to the 21st century, and that's paid great rewards. And the studios are all over the state. The state continues to take a strong interest in it. Todd and I both serve on the governor's Film, Music, and Digital Entertainment Advisory Board to help guide where all of this will go. The schools continue to have strong interest. I'm sure we'll talk more about the education side, but the growth has been massive. We have thousands of people now working in the industry instead of the barely 100 we used to have.
Yes, so from 2 to over 200, pretty impressive. And then, of course, you mentioned a lot of IPs, original properties, Smite, Brawlhalla, Killing Floor, more that were birthed here. And that's, one of the trends that we've seen. It might have been 20 years ago if someone was thinking of doing entertainment, they'd think about making an original movie and maybe do a small game as an add-on. But that was before Super Mario Brothers and The Last of Us. It was before these gaming IPs have become the largest traditional media property. So, Michael, you have a history of a lot of original IP creation. Maybe just speak a little bit about this phenomenon of, existing IPs coming into games or new IP being created by games and what you see that looking like in the future.
Sure. Why I was so excited about attending this particular summit, was the idea that it's one of the first times where I've really seen the blending of all these different media spheres together. And I say that simply because I had the experience firsthand of being an executive at Fox for years. And that was at a time where we were very successful as the interactive group. I mean, we were releasing games that were, highly rated and very well loved by consumers and financially successful. And mostly they didn't care, right? Because we were not films. And, the part that really struck me notably, I always like to use the example to speak of a non-original IP, but I like to use the example of Alien because I've worked on Alien so frequently. I think I've worked on 5 Alien projects. And the real takeaway about it was, and it was one of the things that was surprising and very enlightening to me, was that after we did Alien Isolation, when it came out, it won PC Game of the Year. It was heralded as one of the great Alien experiences. Years later, when you're on Reddit or when you're following these community threads, a very common comment that you hear is that for people that love Alien as an intellectual property, their top 3 are Ridley Scott's first movie, James Cameron's second movie, and Alien Isolation, the video game. And the epiphany that's drawn out of that insight is really material to the future of entertainment in a place like Atlanta. And that is that people, young people in particular, are viewing these things as experiences, not as silos. So it's not, oh, I like the film, but I hate the video game. They're all variants of the Alien universe. And moreover, the part that we're seeing now is that they're symbiotic and they're self-reinforcing. And what I mean by that is you just saw Alien Romulus came out and it was remarkably successful. Well, we saw Cold Iron, the studio I'm the general manager of, did Aliens Fireteam Elite a number of years ago, where we were looking at our Steam data and all of a sudden we see a pop in sales. You're seeing the exact same thing in the symbiotic ecosystems that exist around TV shows like The Last of Us, the release of movies like Sonic the Hedgehog. You're seeing really material increase. So the point being is that these industries historically not only have looked like, but have behaved like competitional silos. And the truth is that they're Venn diagrams and they're increasingly becoming unified ecosystems. And the last piece I would say, to answer your question is, I really do think that original IP is the future, right? That's the future of games. We can continue to do licensed IP, and I'm working on licensed IP right now. They're a great bread and butter aspect of the industry, but when you're talking about building grassroots value, it comes out of that original IP, the creativity that comes. And now that Hollywood is understanding that video game IP is an entirely viable source of original IP, going forward, that's going to become much more of that ecosystem.
Yeah, I think it's a huge opportunity for our region and people here. Again, we kind of have a reputation in making films of being the main manufacturing center of films, but not necessarily creating the IP here, the screenwriting, et cetera. And so with this new form of media, we've got an opportunity with games and film and anime and comics to be a center of creating this transmedia. So great points about making games. We also have some people here that are involved in building and growing, I would say, audience around games. So first of all, how many people are gamers? Raise your hand if you are a gamer. Okay, and then if you didn't raise your hand for that, are you a parent of the gamer? Okay, so that's everybody in the room. You're all gamers, or parents, or siblings of gamers, right? So you kind of get it, and obviously we have to say it, that some people not only enjoy playing games, but watching other people play games, which is another level of building business and engagement, esports or live streaming. So I think I'll start maybe with you, Titus, and then go to you, Ali, around just talk a little bit about, I guess, start with, let's call it traditional esports and how that grew an audience around gaming, and then talk about what you're doing particular to your gaming league to potentially grow it even further.
Sure. So I think the original idea around esports started somewhere in like the 80s, 70s, 80s, something like that, where they went to a college and they were trying to promote the game. And so they spent a lot of effort and energy marketing to the students, hey, we're going to do a competition around this game. And that was known as like the first official esports event. And that hasn't really changed much. It hasn't evolved since then. The idea of promoting the game through competition, getting a bunch of people together and playing that game has kind of been how esports has evolved over time. And I think talking about IP, a lot of the issues that surround that are the leagues that are created and developed by people like me or Ali growing her community aren't owned because that intellectual property is not yours. And so it makes it very difficult to be able to build something that you can own, control, and that can kind of pass on to the next generation. Understanding that the intellectual property that comes with games kind of has its ebbs and flows. Every game is going to be popular and then eventually will no longer be popular. And your entire business, if it surrounds that game, your business will also grow in popularity. And then when the game dies, so does your business. And so that is essentially why I created my business the way I did, understanding that gaming as a whole is not going anywhere, though every game might, right? Like every game I think will live and die. That's just a belief that I have. You may not believe it, but it's kind of how it works. It's just art, and our kids and their kids won't be playing the same games that we're playing right now. And so what we tried to design, or what we designed, is a competition that surrounds gaming as a whole and building a community that's entire process is about being the best well-rounded gamer across all genres of games: fighting games, sports, shooting, racing, and strategy games. And then hosting one single competition where you're going to determine who's the best, right? Again, thinking UFC of gaming. And what that allows us to do is not only go with the ebbs and flows of the new games that are coming out, but also find interesting and cool games to introduce to our community, and bring our community in to see new games that are coming out, as well as bigger games that are maybe already popular. And kind of opening, the average gamer actually plays 24 games a year. So it's not really doing anything different than what the audience already wants. It's just kind of opening eyes to the next generation of gaming. Whereas, back in the 70s, there was one game, right? Or two games, right? But now, since 2020 to 2024, there's been over 500,000 games developed. And so that's, you're doing 600-700 games a day being released. And so finding ways to market those games and advertise those games is what we specialize in.
Excellent. And then Ali, you mentioned almost half of gamers are female. Most people don't realize that. Maybe they're not the ones that are as often on the stages competing or other things. So talk about how you're looking to reach and grow and foster that audience with GameHers.
So Mike had talked about IP and how entertainment as a whole has bled into game development. Titus has talked about how his company is the UFC of esports, right? At the end of the day, gaming is all about community. I met my husband playing video games over 20 years ago. And for me, it was always, the 300 people I killed dragons with every night, right? And so with that in mind, going into what the GameHers is all about, as a human, I go and I love the UFC, right? I love watching UFC. I love the Braves. I love the Falcons. I also go to a shit ton of movies, right? And so, when you think about what you do as a human being. Like you're not a movieist. You're not a, you just go to a movie. Same thing with gaming. You're a gamer, but you might not identify as one. It's funny, I was in Lagos, Nigeria, and talking to a diplomat, and he came up to me and he said, Ali, it's really interesting what you do. I'm not really a gamer. I only play Call of Duty like 3 or 4 nights a week. And I was like, bro, you're a gamer, right? And so when you think about community and you think about how you're reaching, audiences for traditional sports, audiences at the movie theaters, they're all trying to see how they can incorporate and integrate gaming into what they're doing, because they realize that the new audiences, Gen A's, Gen Z's, and the new generation of entertainment acquisitions. I'm an entrepreneur, so I think of that. You're looking at people who are human beings. And so however you reach those humans are really how you're going to build those communities up.
Yeah, it's a great point. You touched on a couple of things there. One is community building, which is so important to every game. And I would say most businesses certainly are leaning into community building. So I'm gonna return to that. Everyone be thinking about what they're doing that they might share in terms of just community building for your own businesses or IPs. But before we get to that, I want to hit Ryan, because we need to talk a little bit about money, because we have these great ideas. We want to build these great communities, and it takes hard work. It also takes money. So you have this view, and we can talk about tax incentives and we can talk about investment. Before we get to investment, you have a unique view of what different states are doing. Andrew spoke about some programs specific to Georgia. So if you don't mind, describe the landscape of how different states see entertainment and interactive entertainment, gaming specifically, and just what you're seeing out there as a trend.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, part of my title is production incentives, and a lot of the success that you guys have built with Georgia, as you mentioned, is because of the production incentives that are built into the state. Many states have production incentives, which are used to what they feel is to better the economic impact of a certain industry. In the past, as I was kind of talking about at the beginning, it's always been seen as film and television. As the years have gone, I can't believe I've been doing this for almost 2 decades. As the years have gone on, I have seen a shift, thankfully, that door is starting to open, and open pretty broad, pretty big for digital. They're starting to write in the actual bills and the legislations for these incentives words like interactive, digital, VR is listed quite a few times, video games, voiceover. Things that were never there before, and it was just categorized as straight up traditional film, traditional television. I don't need to go into Georgia because Todd and Andrew can speak so much about that. It's obviously a well when it comes to the incentives for video games, and people recognize that. So much so that other states are starting to see this and follow suit. North Carolina, hopefully they can get back on their feet with everything going on, but the film industry is a big part of their economy, and they actually have now an esports division of their incentive. It's completely carved out for esports directly with Raleigh. And New Jersey recently have divided up their incentive, their classic film incentive. Now they have a digital incentive that mirrors that film incentive. And we're going to start seeing this in more and more states. I think more and more governors and legislative officials are starting to realize the impact that, as you mentioned, a community can build. It's great to have a community. It's great to have people. I'm part of that community. It's even better to see that there's money behind that community, right? And that there's money there to be had, that you can grow this. Look at a film nowadays. And I'm not here. I talked to a colleague before I got here, and he's like, so are you just going to kind of, bash film? And I said, no, not at all. I'm here to rise up video game and gaming and digital, because I feel like it's on the cusp of being on that same plateau. And we're going to see more and more people recognize that, hey, a film can kind of peter out on the screen after like 3 weeks, whereas the longevity of a video game that has union talent, that has SAG talent, that has crews that work with it, that an esports thing that travels the world and has a whole crew that's putting up those stages and those lightings and those gripping. And those are the types of people that I see are getting paid. This is real money. This is a real salary that normal everyday people are getting because of this industry. And it's so crucial to recognize that.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I think, I mean, props to Sarah for putting together this conference that brings together all these silos. And I think Andrew would agree that what we've seen over the last 3 years is candidly, there was a lot of silos between, let's say, specifically film and music and gaming. And definitely those industries are working together now. And it's probably not a coincidence because the skill sets are also more common. Film is using the Unreal Engine that gaming uses to put virtual sets up. And so music cuts through every form of media. So as the workforce needs become similar and the state really cares about jobs, these incentives help. So let's return to community a bit. Certainly when I was at Hi-Rez, we aspired to be the most community-oriented developer there was. We fell short a lot of times, but with games moving from being a product you buy once to something that's updated online, a lot of times the community wants to get involved in the process. Certainly if you're running an esports league or building an organization, the community is involved. So this will just be for anyone who wants to take it and contribute like one specific thing that you are doing with your business that has been helpful in growing community. Because without relevancy and attention, we're all just, doing something for ourselves. So anyone who wants to share, I think, Ali, go for it.
Actually, I'm going to plug Atlanta.
Okay.
Because I live here. The ecosystem here is incredible. When you talk about funding, when you talk about capitalization of businesses that are in gaming and esports, capital is extremely important, and also the ecosystem around your business. And so for me, as an entrepreneur, I didn't want to build my business anywhere else but Atlanta because of the strength of the ecosystem. I mean, at any point in time, I could go to Andrew and be like, hey, how are those tax incentives coming along, right? Or I could go to Todd and be like, hey, what's going on with bringing in more of the bigger events and studios? And so I think that community also has to have an ecosystem behind it, because without that, the communities will peter out.
Yeah, it's a great point. Very collaborative vibe here, certainly, compared
And a
to some other
plug, too.
markets. And a plug. Titus, did you have something?
Yeah, I would say one thing that we do really well is understand and appreciate diversity. There's a ton of diversity in gaming, but it's still, each game kind of still has its silos because certain types of people like certain types of games. And so because our competition is surrounded around gaming as a whole, not only do you, if you have a teammate that is different than you and plays different games than you, not only do you have to appreciate that person, or you don't just have to tolerate that person, but you have to also appreciate and understand them, because they're going to teach you the skills that you may not have, and then you're going to be able to, in turn, teach them those skills. And so the community is very collaborative in that way, because naturally they are different. They play different games, different styles of games. And so them being able to collaborate and truly appreciate each other's differences is something that really makes my community very different than any other siloed gaming experience.
Yeah, great. Look at that. In game development, we've long talked about delivering a fun play experience, but over time, we've come to realize that's not what really makes a game successful. What makes a game successful is how well it delivers a community and what that community means to people. Ali already gave us a great example of that. And I'm amazed at the gamer communities, how dedicated and how supportive they are. There's this image that thankfully is going away of them being the opposite of that, but the communities are great. So I've just released a 25-year anniversary version of one of my older games because the community had kept it alive for so long. Emperor of the Fading Suns, you can wishlist it on Steam right now. But it's also that the whole format of the industry supports teamwork and community building. When Todd does an esports event and brings these teams together, the most important skill they have to have is not headshots, it's how well can they work with the team? How well can they be part of an active community? And that's what the teams have. They have these communities following them and they work actively to build them. So more and more, we see this as the core element of what makes successful games, successful esports, successful game communities. I actually disagree with Titus, who said these games go away. My experience is they don't. The game I first released in '91 still has a huge community, as do the ones I've been doing ever since.
Great. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to return to investment. So Ryan, you described this landscape of potential tax incentives. Sometimes that plus the money in your pocket is not enough. You're looking for external capital. And again, I would say maybe 10 years ago, that was very foreign to a venture capitalist or someone else that might want to back something. So Michael, maybe I'll start with you, and then for anyone else that wants to, just what is the landscape for someone out there that is an investor and they understand that gaming just keeps going like this, even though other industries do not? What would you tell that person around how they should think about, potentially investing into the ecosystem?
Sure. I think the good news is what we're seeing increasingly now is a participation in gaming through far more conventional modes of funding than historically was the case. And it made sense. It's a lot like the suspicion or the reticence that there was of, Hollywood movie studios in the movie making and TV making. They were reticent about gaming. Well, investment's no different, right? And a big part of the reason for that is simply because if you're used to being able to do financial analyses based on specific indicators, and I know from my time at Fox, when I had film projects broken down for me by our VP of Finance, it's astonishing how well tuned that model is, which is why you see Fast and the Furious Part 29, because they know for sure that they're going to make a margin and it's predictable, right? Games, if it's an unknown quantity, is far less so. And so my piece of advice to the investment community would, one, keep going. And number two, what I've seen be very successful recently as a number of months ago, if you look at the acquisition of Saber Interactive, for instance, the way that those groups went about it is hire people from the game industry, right? You hire senior people with real experience who've shipped titles, notably, in my view, who have a lot of experience in terms of how those games are modeled and also how they're produced, and then use them as your diligence analyses up front. Because if you try to wade into those waters without knowing what you're looking at, you could very well lose your shirt. And you don't want to do that. If you do it properly, there's enormous upside.
Yeah, totally agree with Mike. And on the opposite side of that is looking at it more from the film lens, and you've talked about it at the beginning of this, is the way, how much legs an IP starting as a video game or, an e-game or whatever can have. Part of the hardest part with making an independent film, and I work a lot in that area, is the financing and distribution of that. They have to convince so many people of this money, and the incentive does go a part of it, but they have to have the rest of that money in place before they even can think of going for an incentive. And a big part of that is having an IP and having something that they feel is sellable. And it's so hard to go to them with an original idea. But if you go to a financier, even a traditional bank, and they understand the longevity and the legitimacy of an IP that maybe started as a game, that's insane. I've seen it happen hand over hand. That's why we're going to start seeing some independent films that are like Pac-Man and Frogger and things like that, because people are taking these classic IPs, bringing them back, and people are like, oh, there's an audience there. There was an audience there. There's nostalgia there, and they totally play into it and they don't second guess it. So to Mike's point on the front side, everything you said, and then the back side is from a financing perspective of, hey, if somebody got in on the front end of this, it has legs that can go very, very far. Not just in this space of gaming, but film, comic books, anime, anything and everything. It can just spread all over the place. So it's an amazing thing.
Yeah, and I'd like to train. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I'd like to transition that to a great classic example of exactly what Ryan was talking about. We're talking about Blue Mammoth here. It actually started with two guys who worked for Todd, who left Todd because he'd inspired them so much. Started with friends and family money to build this Brawlhalla game. Got an outside investor to come in from the tech space, but someone who put the money in for them to grow. They got this game out, got this very successful. Ubisoft, this very large publisher, came in and bought them, expanded them more. Now they have not only their own IP, but they're putting SpongeBob SquarePants and all these other IP into it. So it's becoming this great mixing area for all these IPs to come together. Now you're wearing it around your neck. So just a classic example of how these small indie studios can grow into these great properties.
I think, yeah, as someone who's raising capital for our business, you know, at the end of the day, well, I guess the big jump up around gaming was really around investment into esports teams. I'm seeing that a lot of that has died down significantly in terms of available funding for teams and going more into the IP because it is something that's sustainable and also shows monetization and capitalization. So, you know, I think, and profitability, of course, right? So I think that in addition to that, I'll say one more thing around brand investment, because I think that the brands investing in gaming as a whole, I'm seeing that shift a good bit as well from esports, which is more like traditional sports investments, to more broadly gaming. Because I believe that, just like what Mike was saying, and also what Ryan was saying around, hey, these are the things that are more sustainable and monetizable.
I'll add for advice. My personal philosophy around gaming is it's closer to music, or around esports, it's closer to music than it is to sports. So it really could be called like e-music gaming or something like that, and it'd be closer. And a lot of that comes from, you know, a lot of the games, as I said, I think that when they're released, they can have a lot of hype around them. They can have a huge audience. And then over time, you know, there's definitely enthusiasts that'll kind of keep something. It could keep it alive forever, really. If you have 25,000 people playing your game, that's a lot of people playing your game. But when the broader audience is 3 billion, you're not really capturing a lot of the market, right? And so I think focusing on what the future of gaming looks like, in my opinion, gaming continues to go up and up and up because of accessibility. As things become more accessible in gaming, it automatically, you're kind of going to start to see more of that happen. People are getting more accessibility to PCs. They're becoming a lot cheaper to be able to get. Gaming is on your phone now, right? Like all kinds of games on your phone. You know, consoles are getting, well, kind of cheaper. I guess it depends on who you ask. But then games also are going in a cheaper route, becoming free. And so accessibility is kind of at an all-time high, and I think it's going to continue to go up. And that accessibility brings the next frontier, if you will, bringing it back to music. When you know, a studio used to cost to create music, it cost $50,000 to create a studio. Now you can kind of create a studio on your phone. Gaming is going in that same direction. You can develop a game with you know, just one person, and you know, utilizing AI, and so accessibility to creating games is going to an all-time high, and game creation is going to an all-time high. And I think that next level is going to be the marketing around those games, and that's kind of what our specialty becomes.
Sure. All I was going to say, just speaking directly to the investment community, is it's important to understand a lot of the deals that you see that get press right now tend to be enormous deals. Those are the ones that get screen time. If it's on LinkedIn or whatever it is, you see Savvy Games Group picked up Scopely for north of $4 billion, or you see Saber, that I was adverting to recently, picked up by Aleph and another partner whose name escapes me, for $500 million. You also look at the investment amounts that are talked about when you look at big console video games these days, $200 million, $300 million. But the reality is, and I think we're beginning to see that transition in the games industry now, we're living increasingly in a world where what I would call AA and AA plus level publishers have enormous opportunity. And what I mean in practical terms for the investment community by that is there are so many different plays that you can make at sort of 20, 25, $30 million. And the advantage of doing that, especially if you're seeing groups now creating funds, the advantage is that you can hit and miss at those levels, because even games that aren't going to do very well, you're probably going to make your original investment back, plus some, just not as much. Whereas if you're taking a $200 million bet and it goes south on you, you're literally gonna shut down, right? So that's the beauty of the newly emerging game industry now.
All right. So any investors see these people at the break? A lot of people raising capital. Good place to place your bets. Maybe not everyone's an investor. Most people are probably either parents or students or both. And so I'm going to mix it up on you. We're going to hit the parents first. Some of you are parents. So, you know, every household, most households, someone's 13, they're playing a lot of video games. Maybe they want to be a pro gamer. This happened with both of my kids. I will share my answer. What do you say? What do you say to that parent who's like, my kid is on Fortnite and wants to be a pro gamer? Is that happening to some people out there? Okay, yes, there's some hands. All right, Allie, you can start.
Yeah, I think I literally told people before that I told my kid that she had to play at least 2 hours a day if she expected to become any good.
So you actually assigned homework, if
Absolutely.
I remember right at the time.
Yes.
You basically said you have to play this much video games.
Yeah, if you really want to get good, you have to actually play. So don't go outside and touch grass. Go back to your
Unconventional
room
approach.
and play video games.
All right.
Yeah, I think at one point people were saying, you know, why are you always outside dribbling that basketball? Like, you know, it was a game, right? It wasn't a career path. It wasn't a career choice. And I think that gaming is going to experience that same thing where people don't necessarily believe in it. But I think the kids that do, you should support them 100%. If they believe in it and they want to be it, then they can. You know, it's just going to come down to the work ethic. Hopefully a parent like Ali doing homework assignments, you know, that type of stuff is great. And monitoring it and making sure that, you know, at the end of the day, every game genre is teaching different things. And so your child may be fond of pattern recognition and memorization and button mapping, which is just fighting games, right? And so understanding that they're learning those things, whereas shooting games, there's hand-eye coordination and spatial awareness and target tracking. These are different skills that they're learning within the game. And I think that should be celebrated, understanding that we're not going away from digital. I think digital is here to stay. And so it's important that we utilize the tools that are already created to start to foster the next generation of people.
Yeah, it's fascinating how many of both the soft skills and the hard skills that are now essential for the 21st century are really born out of both gaming and game development. Gamers learn teamwork. We saw the Army coming in the 90s, military in general, recruiting out of gaming guilds online because these were the kids who already knew leadership. They could set up a raid, work a team together. They were born sergeants and officers right off the bat, and they could just come in with skill sets that the military otherwise couldn't get entry level and had to spend lots of time and money to teach. In game development, we see not just things like Unreal being used in film, but we see our Unreal, our user experience experts and user interface experts and community managers all being pulled out of the industry and being gobbled up by Fortune 500 companies. Home Depot, UPS are grabbing our GGDA members on a regular basis to come work internally. So in the GGDA, we love kids to play games. We want them making them as well. My daughter made her first game when she turned 4, but she set it aside for playing them for a while. So hopefully that'll inform the next game she makes. But it is amazing, really, how many of the skills we're seeing employers want, the programming, the design skills, and what people in general want, the teamwork, how to deal with the people being informed by their experience with games. We don't even speak to how the military designs its drones to work like games.
I just like to, my kids are so young. It's hard for me to say. They can barely get their hands around the controller. But I can't play the fighting games, at least not all of them in front of them. But I'm obsessed with a card game that I have on my phone, Marvel Snap. I don't know if anybody plays Marvel Snap.
Love that game.
I'm obsessed with it, and I was showing my daughter, she sees me play it. She was asking how it works. And I was showing her, you know, you do this and it adds 4 and you do this and it -2. And I just realized like I'm showing her math, you know, it's just simple math and subtraction on that stuff. So when I was growing up, it was always like you're melting your brain if you're playing this stuff, you know, the original NES Mario generation. And now I just love the fact that it's like it can be a de-stressor, it can be a stressor, it can be a you know, a way to build a career, or it could just be something as a hobby. So I love the way that it's turned out, to be honest.
Can I add to that real quick? Which is just, I have a 4-year-old as well, and I think to the point that was made earlier, just about the idea that games are no one thing. You know, my daughter uses this educational software when she has spare time called ABC Mouse, and it's highly gamified. I mean, if you've got young children and you don't know about it, please check it out because it's great. I'm in no way affiliated with them. But there's a whole other spectrum of games for young children as well, which are fantastic. It's a little old for my daughter, although she's struggling with it right now on the console, which is called Children's Sky of Light. And then there's also the tie-ins with real conventional children's television programming. So if you look at Paw Patrol, Bluey, Peppa Pig, the games that are made for those, I think they're all made by the same company, frankly. I believe they're over in the UK. But they're fantastic. I mean, you literally feel like you're playing the TV show. And the final point that I would make, which is just useful to know, because I'm one of those people that's been in the game industry long enough that I remember, to the points that you were making, when video games were vilified for every social evil imaginable, right? And the reality is now, and it doesn't take much research to reinforce this idea, there is extremely concrete research, bulletproof research from very reputable universities that demonstrate conclusively that playing video games is really good for kids. It neuropsychologically stimulates them in a way which is highly beneficial. And I think the other aspect of it is, you know, all the points that Titus was making. And in addition to that, what people forget, and I think that comes of the generational lag around believing that if you're playing a video game, somehow you're in a bubble. But in addition to all those very practical skills you're developing, there's incredible social networking and bouncing your personality off people who are from different cultures, from different nationalities, even who speak different languages potentially. And it's incredibly beneficial.
I agree with all of that, but one contradiction: some of the best PBS Kids games were made here in Atlanta by Primal Screen, especially the Daniel Tiger stuff. And unfortunately, their lead just retired and shut it down. But some of the best, the ones my daughter loved the most, were made here.
I'd like to add, I actually just did a talk for entrepreneurs around gamifying your business. And so when we're talking about workforce development, we're talking about how, you know, we're encouraging more kids to play video games. It also ties in to the workforce, right? When you're looking at gamifying what you're doing as a business, you're actually creating opportunities for efficiencies and productivity that you might not necessarily think of comes from a gaming background.
Yeah, my kids learned a lot from Minecraft. By my son, you know, they know how to what items to put together in order to create things from Minecraft. My son beat Mario Odyssey when he was like 3, and now he understands how to spell Mario and skeletons, and he's 4 now. But you know, he didn't learn that from me. He learned it from playing these games, and he understands what enter looks like, and he can spell Power Rangers. And so it's like, who is teaching him these things? You know, but he really enjoys gaming, and he's learning a lot while playing them. So I've seen it firsthand with all of my kids that they learned a lot from gaming.
I love all those perspectives. Yeah, you see, everyone got real passionate. I mean, there's nothing like inside your household, and when you work in gaming, I mean, I certainly believe almost everything is better with gaming. Workforce development, better with gaming. Education, better with gaming. Learning to be an entrepreneur, better with gaming. Want to do tech? Gaming makes a lot of things better. So anyway, all right, we hit parents. Let's hit students. So we might have some students that want to work in the gaming or esports industry. There's a lot of workforce development opportunities here locally in Georgia. So I guess it'll be an option for everyone. You can talk about broadly tools available to them in Georgia, or you can just give one specific tip for someone that wants to break into the game industry? Anyone who wants to go first, Mike?
I'll do the one discrete tip, which is network. You know, the game industry is terrible at getting people in because there's this bizarreness about how do you get into video games? Well, you need to have experience in video games. Well, how do I get that experience? Well, you need to have the experience, right? And it's a circularity that makes you insane. The way you bypass that is literally reach out to people like me on LinkedIn. Some people are going to ignore you necessarily. That's the nature of the human condition. But there are people like me out there who are in senior executive positions who will respond to you and have conversations with you. So do it. Be courageous and reach out and network. It's the single biggest piece of advice I could give you.
A major part of why Georgia added interactive productions to the Entertainment Investment Act was because we saw this dramatic brain drain going on here. All these incredibly talented students from our colleges, all of them were heading out west because there was no game industry here. So when we implemented the tax incentives, we now have more than 20 colleges around the state with game development and related programs here. Kennesaw State says that their game development program is the fastest growing program in the entire history of the university. This is how we get kids into technology now, why they study any of this stuff. And we're very happy now that we're keeping them here. So the big difference is if you're going to DreamHack this weekend, I hope you are, right over at the World Congress Center, we have an indie playground there with 60 indie studios showing off their work, about half of whom are Georgia studios. So if you're going to DreamHack, check it out. If you're not, use the code GGDA15 for 15% off your ticket.
I'll add in there that if you all were listening to the FinTech talk earlier and the Georgia FinTech Academy, there's actually a Georgia Film Academy that has an esports track. And so esports, just like and gaming, just like any other industry out there, has a multitude of verticals. I mean, when you look at and opportunities for work, right? So game developers need accountants. They also need marketing people. They also, it's not just sitting behind a desk playing video games. It's every job imaginable as with every industry. And so I will give props to Skillshot around creating some of this programming and curriculum that helps these kids develop skills for production, anything that you can tie into entertainment. And so I think that those opportunities as they exist, once again, big props to Atlanta for creating these programs, help to develop that ecosystem even further.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. In terms of there's accountants that work there and all. There's a whole behind the scenes thing. We see it with film and with digital, with gaming, where they're like, we don't want to give these tax incentives to just Brad Pitt, the naysayers, they say that. And same deal with gaming. We don't want to give this just to this game, Nintendo doesn't need our money. They don't understand that money, that tax money is actually going back to not just people on the back end, it's engineers, it could be carpenters for stage setup, it's accountants, it's people doing the budgeting, it's editing, it's colorist, it's artist. So I think that, to be a part of this industry, you don't have to necessarily just be like, oh, well, I'm not a gamer, so I can't be, but I recognize the industry as a whole. There's a lot of positions that are there that you could work in that don't just fall into grab a controller and go,
Great. And thanks for the shout out. Skillshot did add some of the gaming and esports expertise, but what I will give props to is the state of Georgia for having this structure. So again, FinTech talked about it, and I forget, one of the panelists mentioned this idea that you could be enrolled at Kennesaw but take a class from Georgia State. And that same structure existed with film before games through the Georgia Film Academy, and that there is no other state, to my knowledge, that does this. And so the fact that, number one, you can take classes from a number of universities, but probably even more important for GFA, you're actually taught at an industry location by an industry working professional. So in the case of film, you go to Trilla Studios and you learn makeup with people that are doing makeup on the Black Panther, and you use special effects by the people that are doing special effects on the other DC or Marvel movie they're shooting there. and you're working in a film studio. And same for esports and gaming. You get to come to Skillshot, come to some other industry locations, Access back in the day, and you're taught by people that are doing this every day. So that is props to Georgia for innovating and tying industry to workforce in a really tangible way. So we hit parents, we hit students. Let's make sure we hit the theme of the conference, which is what's next. And so I would say for your own companies, and also if you have a thought on what is next for the gaming or esports industry in general, just put on a crystal ball and project what people have to look forward to. Who wants to take that first? Michael, you got it?
I won't in any way pretend to speak super knowledgeably about esports, except to say that what I do know for a fact is that there's massive capital moving into esports now. It has struggled over the years, and it's always been something which, in my opinion, was deeply frustrating because there's so much upside in it. And I think it's going to come into its own in the next decade, unquestionably. With regard to what I would call more conventional game development, which is what I do, it goes back to what I was talking about before. I think what you're going to see as the default in the next decade or so is going to be media ecosystems. And companies are going to, studios are already making efforts to do that. I can tell you from personal knowledge that Disney is in process. Fox was nibbling at the edges, but imperfectly. But the idea is that right from the initial inception of a project, you're thinking film, TV, video game, board games, publishing, and you're looking at this as a continuum through time where you've got your tentpole releases, which historically were always feature films, but now in the world of gaming might be a big PC console video game release, and then interstitial moments. And to the point that you made before, what you get out of that from a financial perspective is an incredibly long tail. You can get 20 years out of that with all types of different engagement, all of which are increasingly leveraged by technology, interconnected. So that's what I think is coming.
I'll add that I believe I read a stat the other day, 98% of Gen Alphas and Gen Zs play video games. And also with the advent of more games being built on mobile, it's not just about PC gaming anymore. It's not, I mean, from a global standpoint, mobile gaming is really where a lot of the developers are going to, right? That Scopely deal, that's for Monopoly Go. Right? Like that's for a game on your phone that you check in the morning while you're having coffee. Like it's not the esports trilogy. It's more along the lines of just the unifier of gaming in general.
Yeah, I think gaming is just going to continue to become more and more accessible. And so I think with that accessibility and the ability to develop, which I touched on earlier, the ability to just develop a game. I think it was EA that just showed their AI platform where they can develop a game just by saying what they want it to be, and then it kind of puts that game together, and you can create your own storylines very easily and your own. I think that will continue to grow, and the ability to develop and create will kind of come from a place that, if you have a brain, you can develop a game. And so I think that with that accessibility, I think marketing will become kind of the key thing in gaming and esports, because when everybody is there, it's like who becomes the Netflix or the Spotify or Apple Music or Uber, right? Like they didn't necessarily own the IP, but they had a community and they were able to market to that community very easily. And so I think that shamelessly, the leaders in that will be the ones that kind of take on the next frontier of gaming.
When I started making games, we thought of game development being in California, Japan, and Washington State, and nowhere else. And that has dramatically changed. I mean, obviously, I love Georgia's growth story, but this is worldwide now. The Saudis, and this is true for esports as well, UK West Coast, Asia, now it's everywhere. The Saudis are putting tens of billions of dollars of their sovereign wealth fund into game development and esports. The EU has made promoting game development integral to its progress for the next decade. We're seeing this in Africa. We already mentioned Lagos. Kenya's got a great game development scene. Egypt used to put on some of the biggest game jams in the world. Vietnam, Flappy Birds became a phenomenon. That was out of Vietnam. So I'm very excited, not just by the growth of gaming here in Georgia, but globally how game development is growing. We've seen this dramatic growth of game dev. But as we start getting games made all over the world, that's just going to incentivize the people who live there to play more, enjoy more, be more creative, spend more, but enjoy this process even more. And the growth just has so much further to go.
Yeah, I agree. The growth is insane. I think it's only going to go up, just echoing what this panel said. From my perspective, working with in the past clients like Twitch directly and ESL and seeing how far they've come with just regards to like the payroll that they're putting up and how many people they're paying and the type of people that they're paying is absolutely insane. I think we're going to see more and more clients and production companies and video game companies doing that and getting bigger in scale. And they all started somewhere, right? So I do love still seeing these companies that start on Kickstarter and then to see where they go. But I love to see that growth. And then to your point, once again, talking to many states, I talked to all the states about their tax incentive programs, and this is heavily on the radar. So Georgia is the epicenter of it for sure, but other states are going to try to copy it. What do they say? That's flattery, right? that they're trying to copy it, but you will see other states start to try and grab this industry because it is a great one and only getting bigger.
Those were all great points. I mean, Ali, you mentioned the stat on Gen Z. And so one of the most interesting and positive points is that with each generation that you look at, a higher percentage is spending a higher percentage of their leisure time consuming games, right? So it might be like 65% of there's millennials, then there's 70% Gen X, and then when you go to Gen Alpha, it's like 95% basically that consider themselves a gamer, and they're just shifting a lot of their entertainment from more traditional to interactive. And that's the key thing about our industry is you can't be passive. It's not like reading a book. It's not like watching a movie. What defines a game is you have to lean in. You're the protagonist, which is why it's so applicable. All right, I'm going to give everybody one shout out plug opportunity just because you took your valuable time here. So, and then I'll end with one as well, and then we'll thank our audience for the attention. So I'll start at the end, just any short kind of plug shout out you want.
Sure. So once again, I work for Rapbook, and we're doing and providing an amazing accounting and payroll platform for projects big and small, for esports, for video games, for movies, television, interactive, you name it, we work with it. And it's an all-in-one platform. I work with people on their budgets. I help them navigate these incentives that we're talking about. Where's a good place for them to go? So looking forward to talking to you and expanding that relationship and seeing if I can help you with payroll and the incentives.
I don't know how to plug my projects during panels. I'm going to skill that. All right, so ggda.org, that's the Georgia Game Developers Association website. Go there and you'll scroll down and you'll find what's going on at Siege. Come to DreamHack. We have a booth there. Learn everything that's going on. DreamHack's going to be an amazing experience. So make sure you come to the Esports Summit at Skillshot first.
You can check us out at uelesports.com. We have our 9th season going on now for over $1 million. And shout out to Skillshot and Ghost Gaming for being a part of that. And we're super excited to continue to grow the esports scene.
If you're interested in joining our community, it's thegamehers.com. That's thegamehers.com. You like my little plug? Anyway, download our app, join the community, find out resources, get educated, learn some entrepreneurship. If you want to be an ally, please join us. We can't do it without everyone's help. Thank you.
Two quick ones. One is keep your eye on Daybreak Games and Cold Iron Studios. There's a bunch of interesting things coming down the pipe with us over the next couple of years. And personally speaking, as I said, my daughter just started pre-K 4 here in town, and my wife has told me candidly that she's going to be at that school until grade 12. So I'm here for the foreseeable future. If there's anybody listening to me now or watching this streaming later, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. I appear exactly as I do on the screen. And if you have questions or you want to make contact or whatever it is, I'm totally available to that.
Awesome. I am a prolific LinkedIn poster myself, so you can follow me at Todd Allen Harris. This amazing event that Sarah put on kicks off Games Week Georgia. There's an entire week of professional development and giving back to Atlanta Public Schools and talking about creators, and it's just one thing right after another. So find any of us and we will tell you about that. And this weekend is DreamHack Atlanta. Who's going to DreamHack currently? Okay, that is about a third of the room. The rest of you can go for free because of a partnership that we've hooked up that we're happy that Sarah is a part of. So we will have at this conference one free 3-day pass to DreamHack for everybody here to check it out. If you have not been to a gaming conference, all of the yapping, as the kids say, is great, but you really need to see it for yourself. 3 days, tens of thousands of people, take a music festival, apply it to gaming. It will return to Atlanta for year 6. Let's help make them successful. So with that, we will conclude our panel. I'm going to hand it to Sarah.
Everybody, I want to give you a housekeeping note. We are going to break for lunch. Food to the left, food to the right. And please be back here by 1:15. And do me a favor, give this incredible panel a big round of applause.
The lovely Melissa has your key to DreamHack for free. Thanks for coming. Thanks for your attention.
Falling into you, baby. Even electricity can't compare to what I feel when I'm with you. Oh, baby, giving up my ghost for you. Now I'm see-through. You give me a feeling so strong. I know you've been treating yourself wrong. So let me care for you. Oh, baby, I'ma love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you, you know. I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you and I wanna let you know I'll never let the feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. All I see is you. Wide awake and in my dreams, I see your face so vividly. Don't know what I do. Ooh, baby, if you only saw a friend in me, I'd be bittersweet. You give me a feeling so strong. I know you've been treating yourself wrong. So let me care for you. Ooh, baby, I'ma love you differently. I'll give you electricity, give it to you. And even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you, you know. I wanna let you know I'll never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you and I wanna let you know I'll never let the feeling go. This love has no ceiling, I cannot deny. Feel electric, baby, so electric, baby. Wanna let you know. Think I'm ready, baby. Think I'm ready now. Electricity, I'm flying into you. Think electric, baby, so electric, baby. Wanna let you know. Think I'm ready, baby. Think I'm ready now. Electricity, I'm flowing into you. Even if I could, I wouldn't turn on you. And I would stop the world for you, you know. I wanna let you know I never let this feeling go. This love has no ceiling.
side to side. She gotta have her own money. Oh yeah. Shout out to the girls that pay rent on time. If you ain't here to party, take your ass back home. If you getting naughty, baby, here's my phone. Slide with your boy to the bar. Slide with your boy to the car. I've been searching everywhere and now here you are. Ooh, junkie. Looking for them girls with the big old hoops that drop it down in Daisy Dukes. I wanna get down. Yeah, them the ones I'm trying to recruit. I'm looking at you, yeah, you, baby. Now let me hear you say you're ready. I'm ready. Oh yeah. Girl, you better have your hair weave strapped on tight. Cause once we get going, we rollin', we'll cha-cha till the morning. So just say alright, alright. If you ain't here to party, take your ass back home. If you getting naughty, baby, here's my phone. Slide with your boy to the bar. Slide with your boy to the car. I've been searching everywhere and now here you are. Ooh, junkie. Looking for them girls with the big old hoops that drop it down in Daisy Dukes. I wanna get down. Yeah, them the ones I'm trying to recruit. I'm looking at you, yeah, you, baby. Ow. You got what I want. I got what you want. Girl, you got what I need. I got what you need. 37, 27, 42. Ooh, squeeze all of that in my coupe. Girl, I choose you. Junkie. Looking for them girls with the big old hoops that drop it down in Daisy Dukes. I wanna get down. Yeah, them the ones I'm trying to recruit. I'm looking at you, yeah, you, baby, junkie. Looking for them girls with the big old hoops that drop it down in Daisy Dukes. Get down, yeah, them the ones I'm I just pretend that I'm in the dark. I don't regret, 'cause my heart can't take a loss. I'd rather, so oblivious, I'd rather be with you. But it's sad when it's done, yeah. I can tell what you've done, yeah. But it's sad when it's done, yeah. When I look at you in your eyes, I see there's something burning inside you. Oh, inside you. In your eyes, I know it hurts to smile, but you try to. Oh, you try to. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind to your eyes. You lie, but I don't let it define you. Oh, define you. I tried to find love in someone else too many times. I hope you know I mean it. When I tell you you're the one who was on my mind. Oh, but it's sad when it's done, yeah. I can tell what you've done, yeah. But it's sad when it's done, yeah. When I look at you in your eyes, I see there's something burning inside you, inside you. I know it hurts to smile, but you try to. Oh, you try to. You always try to hide the pain. You always know just what to say. I always look the other way.
I'm blind to your eyes. You lie, but I don't let it define you or define you. Ooh. Know just what to say. I always look the other way. I'm blind to your eyes. I've been feeling lonely. I need someone to hold me. Come on, baby, hold me. Yeah, I've been feeling jaded. Don't know how I should play it. Tell me how to play it. Now you've been moving on. Let me know, can I come along? Since you're gone, oh, it's been so long. On my own, living in the haze, staying in the shade. All I do is sit around and wait for better days. I could use a break. Can I get an amen? All I do is sit around and wait for better days.
Can I get an amen? Introverted can't make friends. Pray for better days. Now it's 300K when my day ends. Do you remember last night? Cause I blacked out in that all white dress with her back out. Said be careful with her heart cause it's fragile. And thinking about her past make her lash out. See with me that ain't no worries at all. Any problem I be there in one call. If we locked in, you my dog. Finna you hang pictures on my wall. Roll one, let's get high tonight. Backseat made back lavish life. Chilling with the stars like a satellite. AP on my arm and it's shining bright.
Living in the haze, staying in the shade. All I do is sit around and wait for better days. I could use a break. Can I get an amen? All I do is sit around and wait for better days. Sit around and wait. Better days. I can't use a break. All I do is sit around and wait for better days. Better days. All I do
Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu falo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto. Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu falo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto.
Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu falo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto.
Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu falo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto. Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu falo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto. Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu calo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto. Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu calo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto. Com Deus me deito, com Deus me levanto. Comigo eu calo, comigo eu canto. Eu bato um papo, eu bato um ponto. Eu tomo um drink, eu fico tonto.
People always talk about the ones that got away. I just seem to get the ones that always want to stay. I'm just too distracted with the life I'm trying to paint. Yeah. Oh yeah. Got all these women too attracted to the fame. Got too many that are ignoring the way. Nothing's gonna stop me. I'ma get it either way. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Why would you wanna take away from this moment? We can own it. Why would you wanna take away from this moment? You don't have to spend your life with me. You don't have to waste your energy. We can just be rocking, yeah. We can just be rocking, yeah. I just want your body next to me, 'cause it brings me so much ecstasy. We can just be rocking, yeah. We can just be rocking, yeah, yeah. You see me text, baby. You see those missed calls. I'm acting reckless, baby. I'm about to lose it all. This liquor got me crazy. Mixed with that Adderall. I'm focused on the beat. Oh, and why would you wanna take away from this moment? We can own it. Why would you wanna take away from this moment? You don't have to spend your life with your daughter. You don't have to waste your energy. We can just be rocking, yeah. We can just be rocking, rocking. I just want your body next to me, 'cause it brings me so much ecstasy. We can just be rocking, yeah. We can just be rocking. We can just be rocking, baby. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to spend your life with me. You don't have to waste your energy. We can just be rocking. We can just be rocking. Just get to it tonight. It's all because it brings me so much ecstasy. We can just be rocking. You got me wrapped up around your finger. I do anything for your love now. And when you touch it, the feeling lingers. Takes me up so high I can't come down. Now excuse me if I sound rude, but I love the way that you move, and I see me all over you now. Baby, when I look in your eyes, there's no way that I can disguise all these crazy thoughts in my mind now. Something about you. You got the lock, I got the key. You know the rest, you know just where I wanna be. Don't ever stop controlling me. I kinda like it when you bring me to my knees. You got me wrapped up around your finger. I do anything for your love now.
And when you touch it, the feeling lingers. Takes me up so high I can't come down. You got me wrapped up, baby. I don't ever wanna give up. All the spell you got me under. I see fireworks when we touch down. Your body fits a mind like a glove. Let them say whatever they want. It's too late 'cause you're in my blood now. Something about you. You got the lock, I got the key. You know the rest, you know just where I wanna be. Don't ever stop controlling me. I kinda like it when you bring me to my knees. You got me wrapped up around your finger. I do anything for your love now. And when you touch it, the feeling lingers. Takes me up so high I can't come down. Girl, you got me wrapped up, oh. You got me so wrapped up, oh. There's something about you,
A princess, so intelligent. Make me want to reapply to school for the hell of it. I'll be the student, you be the teacher. Miss Sophisticated, such a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, but here's the only issue. Since we met, you gotta turn my world upside down. I don't really mind Spider-Man kissing you as long as you're planning on sticking around. The happiest boy in the world goes to me. Not a chance, nobody came close to him. I kinda knew you was troublesome. You got me wrapped around your finger like bubblegum.
everything you do, every way that you move. There's just something about you. You got me wrapped up around your finger. I do anything for your love now. Anything for your love. And when you touch it, the feeling lingers. Takes me up so high I can't come down. Girl, you got me wrapped up, oh. You got me so wrapped up, oh. There's something about you, you're wrapped up, oh. You got me so wrapped up.
Oh, not another tape. Oh, it's like that. I'm your dream come true when it's on a platter for you. Then you pull back when I try to make plans more than 2 hours in advance. I slam the door, I ignore, I say no, 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 no more. I got you blocked after this and afterthought. I finally cut you off. I feel so much lighter like a feather with you off my mind. I'm floating through the memories like whatever, you're a waste of time. You signals a mix, you act like a fit every stereotype, send a pic. I feel so much lighter like a feather with you out my life. With you out my life. It feels so good not caring where you are tonight. And it feels so good not pretending to like the one you like. I slam the door, I ignore, I say no, 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 no more. I got you blocked, excited to never talk.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
I feel so much lighter like a feather with you off my mind. I'm floating through the memories like whatever, you're a waste of time. Your signals are mixed, you act like a fit every stereotype, send a pic. I feel so much lighter like a feather with you out my life. With you out my life. You want me, I'm gone, you miss me. No doubt where I'm at, I'm up where I'm at. You want me, I'm gone, you miss me. No doubt where I'm at, I'm up where I'm at. You want me, I'm gone, you miss me. No doubt where I'm at, I'm up where I'm at. just miss me. I'm love where I'm at. I'm love where I'm at.
Oh yeah, baby, I got something to say tonight. What you got to say? Every time I try to find the words, don't come out right. And I can't stop thinking about you. No, I can't stop thinking about you. Do you want me? Do you need me? 'Cause I think I'm falling in love. Don't go, baby, bye. Tell me that you want me tonight. Oh no, don't be shy. Tell me that you want me tonight. Baby, dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Clap your hands with me. Go to France with me. Come on and dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Clap your hands with me. Go to France with me. Beating hard, racing in my tears. It's beating hard. Yeah, pretty girls, they're sticking all the way across the world. 'Cause I can't stop thinking about you. No, I can't stop thinking about you. Do you want me? Do you need me? 'Cause I think I'm falling in love. Don't go, baby, bye. Tell me that you want me tonight. Oh no, don't be shy. Tell me that you want me tonight. Baby, dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Clap your hands with me. Go to France with me. Come on and dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Clap your hands with me. Go to France with me.
My only one and only for me. I'll be your amor, be my more shawty. My only one and only for me.
Only for me.
I'll be your amor, be my more shawty.
Tell me that you want me tonight. Oh no, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Tell me that you want me tonight. Dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Clap your hands with me. Dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Come on and dance with me. Clap your hands with me.
So you said it. Know you say you love me, when you don't, you'll regret it. It's how we did. It's what we did, and we've been losing time and don't know how to admit it. When love don't feel right, we get along on the outside. Head out the door, but our hearts on the inside. Love don't feel right, we get along on the outside. Hearts ain't gonna lie. We're half of the same. Don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna lie. I'll do this again. Don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna lie. 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 The one that I want to, but you know, keep on changing, not the same as we started. When I'm running away, I'm moving forward. And though we're trying to stay ahead, we're just treading water. When love don't feel right, we get along on the outside. Head out the door, but our hearts on the inside. Love don't feel right, we get along on the outside. Hearts ain't gonna lie. We're half of the same. Don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna lie. We'll do this again. Don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna lie. 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 Don't take that the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna. I won't do this again. Don't take that the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna. 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 They gonna. They gonna. Hearts ain't 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 gonna. Don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna. Hearts ain't gonna. Won't do this again. Don't take it the wrong way. You know what I mean. Hearts ain't gonna. Hearts ain't gonna.
So, like, hold on, you, like, so you want me to chase you through this song? You sound crazy. You sound crazy. Okay, I hear you, but that don't mean nothing to me, cause it's not my style. I don't really do all that. You know what I'm saying? Come on, bro, you tripping? The song that is supposed to be about you.
It's been a very long time since I have seen you last. Time flies so fast, I can't tell how much passed. The last thing I remember is you said that you want me. What a time we had, can never forget that. No, when you know it's so good, you wish you could go back to the last thing I remember is you said that you want me. There you go, there's nowhere to go, but I've been to the end. Last thing I remember is you said that you want me. See and find, pulling back the curtain, open up your eyes. You're blind, might sound crazy, but you will be fine, right? Last thing I remember is you said that you want me. No way, you knew, even in your wildest dreams, that I'd be back for you. Take another step and you'll find yourself closer to the last thing I remember is you said that you want me. Yeah. Been running now, running so smoothly.
gotta get your money right, girl.
If you don't get your house,
When your love's so good,
if you don't get your money,
wanna give you every hour. If you said you could, I would give you all the power.
but would you pay my rent? Would you pay my rent? Would you love well spent? Would you pay? Would you? How can you love me right? Love me right if you don't get your money right? Love me right if you don't get your love me right if you don't get your money right.
I'm gonna show you the world and all that you desire. Said I wanna control you. I wanna set you free. Just come with me. Oh, and I know your sense of pleasure in my eyes. As long as you know, baby, every pleasure you taste has its price, babe. Oh, I wanna say I told you so. But I told you so. I wanna say I told you so. But it told you so. I already know you and your ways, all that you desire. Says I don't want to control you, and I can't set you free. Yeah, come with me. Oh, and I know, yeah, I know your sense of double speak on my tongue. As long as you don't forget where all your pleasure came from me. Oh, I wanna say I told you so. No, but I told you so. I wanna say I told you so. But it told you so. I got plans for you. Oh, yeah. I got plans for you. Yeah. Know you sense the sentiment in my eyes. As long as you know, baby, every pleasure you taste has its price, baby. Oh, I wanna say I told you so. No, but I told you. Oh, yeah. Wanna say I told you so. Oh, yeah. You wrote to me. Wanna say I told you so. No, but I told you so. I wanna say I told you so. Yeah, I told you so.
We hug and yes, we make love and always just say goodnight.
Hey, everybody, if I can have your attention, please. 5 minutes, we're going to start back with the entertainment committee. We have a special presentation we're going to do. So if everybody head back into the room, I'd appreciate it. 5 minutes, please.
Give me a buck, need the Gucci store. Push your limit, you ain't good enough. Oh, you're saying that you lost without me. On my feel like I dodged it. Don't need with you feel like jail. I can't even exhale. These are like holy grails, you know that. You gon' make me need bills, you know that. Caught keeping with your friend, you ain't even have me lying on you know that. Got me a bag of the brick, you know that. Control on shoulder, pace and fight, throw back all this. For real, drama make you feel fantasy with a bill. It's all I can give you. We're so young, boy, we ain't got nothing to lose. Baby, hold me, 'cause I like the way you
Hey, everybody, did you eat? Yes, good, good, good. Please make your way back to your seats. We are going to start in about 7 minutes. Hi, group in the back over there. Come on. I wish I knew their names. I don't. Elijah, get everybody out there, out of there. The back of the stage is off limits until after the sports panel. Please stay in the front. And Todd Harris, get your butt out of there. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And our DJ, if you could put something nice and soothing on, just kind of quiet, we'll get everybody to sit down. Thank you.
The stars above. Without it, life is a wasted time. Look inside your heart and I look inside mine. Things look so bad everywhere. In this whole world, what is fair? We walk the line and try to see, falling behind what could be. Bring me a higher love. Bring me a higher love. Oh, bring me a higher love. Where's that higher love? I keep thinking of. Bring higher love. Bring higher love. Worlds are turning, and we're just hanging on, facing our fear and standing out there alone. I yearn, yeah, and it's real to me. There must be someone who's feeling for me. Things look so bad everywhere. In this whole world, what is fair? We walk the line and try to see, falling behind, and what could be. Oh, bring me a higher love. Mother, bring me a higher love. Oh, bring me a higher
Hey, everybody. Let's take a seat. We're doing an interview with a gentleman that was supposed to be here, but because of global international crises, could not be here. And this is a really important interview, and I want y'all to see it and take advantage of that. So I'd like to introduce Mitch Leff, who will tell us about this award.
Thank you, Sarah. All right, so first a little background. So we've kind of heard about the summit a bit today. So the summit is built on the top technology that made Atlanta and the Southeast so great and made us such a great global influencer. And we know that fiber optics and satellite connections were part of that. There was the hardware, but Atlanta obviously has this great entrepreneurial background, and we had a lot of the technology that was put in place before and during the Olympics. So if we name drop, Billy Payne, Ted Turner, Andrew Young, those were some of the guys who really were at the forefront of that. And if you were and I know you were all at the FinTech panel this morning. What, you can't hear me? Can you not hear me? Can you hear me? Sarah's making faces at me. I don't know what that is. All right. Speak slower? All right, I'll speak slower. She's old. She can't hear if I speak too fast. All right. Oh, so I was going to say, if you're at the FinTech panel this morning, you probably heard about financial transactions. So raise your hand if you can tell me, and there's going to be a raffle with a prize later. What percentage of Visa transactions come through Metro Atlanta? All right, so this young lady gets the prize. All right. That one behind, okay, she gets, Sarah, do we have two prizes? Okay, all right. Oh, and before I forget, if you want free tickets to DreamHack, I got these cool little things. So Melissa is here somewhere. Where's Melissa? There she is. She's over there. So go find Melissa, and she'll give you free passes for the DreamHack Gaming Festival that starts Friday. Okay, so the Atlanta Digital World Summit International Leadership Award was established to honor an individual who uses digital technology to communicate to the world. So that he or she works at a broadcast station or a group, company, or network, and has had a significant role in transforming, influencing, and creating impact for a lot of people. So, Port, can you do that drum roll? Drum roll? Okay. Okay. So the host committee for the summit this year has chosen Mr. Imtiaz Tayeb, who's a foreign correspondent for CBS News, as the recipient of this year's Leadership Award. And he was chosen because of his commitment to his craft, his extensive and consistent portrayal of excellence to a global audience, and of course for his expert use of technology in partnership with his production team, and his understanding of the importance of the crew and their capabilities. And of course, that was another key point, the technology, their use of technology. So we're going to do a Zoom interview with him because, as Sarah said, he was supposed to be here, but he has been reporting from Lebanon the last couple of weeks. So a little bit of a challenge getting to Atlanta today. But I want to introduce Brendan Keefe, who is with, he's the chief investigator for Atlanta News First and reports for Gray Television's Investigate TV unit. Let's see, do I need to stretch? Because I can do like a long list of awards if we need more time. Okay, we good? Okay, all right. So he's won a lot of awards. So that's the short version. Been in the news business for about 30 years. Did some time embedded with the U.S. Army in Iraq. And Brendan is going to introduce our award winner. Oh wait, here's the award. It's heavy. It's very heavy. I could do that. Sarah's like, don't do that. You might break it. Okay. All right. So I'm going to give this to Brendan.
Thanks, Mitch. This is a real honor for me and for Atlanta News First, and as a former CBS employee, to give this award today to Imtiaz Tayeb. We're going to be doing an interview shortly, but I wanted to give you a little bit of background on Imtiaz's incredible career. I think it sort of exemplifies his career that right now he is in the middle of the biggest story in the world. That's where Imtiaz has always been, whether he was at the CBC, the BBC, Al Jazeera English, or CBS News. Right now, there are missiles raining down on Israel from Iran. That's the breaking news while we've been in here today. A major escalation and likely a much bigger response than we saw in April. That's the big story. Where is Imtiaz right now? He is in Beirut, Lebanon. He's going to explain a little bit more why he couldn't be here today, but he's exactly where he needs to be as a journalist. He is right there on the ground because we need independent, third-party, aggressive journalists on the ground because truth is the first casualty of war. And Imtiaz has always been there, whether being one of the very first international correspondents on the ground outside Osama bin Laden's compound in Pakistan, or it's any of these other major stories across the globe where he has always been there with incredible access. He is a liminal figure who is comfortable anywhere from his home in Vancouver to where he lives now in London, to where he is more often on the ground, where these major international events are occurring. And if you watch CBS News or watch his coverage digitally, you see that he innovates constantly. But more than anything, he isn't one of those network journalists who airdrops in with a big crew where they drive him out in a Yukon or something, and he jumps out, puts his makeup on, and just reads from the teleprompter. That is not who he is. Frankly, it's not who most international correspondents are. I don't have nearly the experience he did, but when 20 years ago I was embedded in Iraq, I can tell you it wasn't glamorous. You're sitting in the backseat of a Humvee or using a Gatorade bottle as a bathroom for 4 days, and you are under fire while also trying to tell a story while relying on people you're covering to provide you safety. You're constantly trying to serve the public by delivering truth. And that's what Imtiaz Tyab has done his entire career. And he does so while maintaining contact through digital tools and telling the story in unique and innovative ways. And that's why it is my distinct honor to present Imtiaz Tyab with this award today. And I want to show you a little bit more about his career before we do the interview with him. So let's take a look.
Airstrikes hit Houthi targets in Yemen over the weekend after recent attacks on Israel. The Israeli military says it also bombed Hezbollah command centers in Lebanon. Hezbollah's longtime leader was among the dozens of people who were killed. Imtiaz Tyab reports from Lebanon's capital, Beirut.
ABC's massive Israeli airstrikes on Friday night at Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. Triggering a major escalation of violence. All weekend, Israel has been relentlessly pounding sites across Lebanon south and east. But mainly the southern Beirut suburb of Dahieh, where entire residential buildings have been flattened. We went to the aftermath of one Israeli strike on the edge of Dahieh, which was still smoldering.
Well, this was once a 5-story building, and it's pretty much all but obliterated. We don't know exactly what that was. Clearly, a very loud strike in the distance, and it really just underscores the situation across southern Beirut as Israel continues to strike heavily.
Over the past week, Israel has assassinated at least 5 Hezbollah commanders. 19 in the past few months decapitated Iranian-backed militant group's leadership. But this rapid escalation of violence has also killed at least 1,000 others in just the past 2 weeks. One
Trying to punch it up. No, here we go, here we go. Hey, so everybody can see us. Sorry for the technical glitches, as Imtiaz
I just wanna chillin'. Catch stunts in my 745. You drive me crazy, shorty. I need to see you and feel you next to me. I provide everything you need, and I like your smile. I don't want to see you cry. Got some questions that I gotta ask, and I hope you can come up with the answers, baby.
Girl, it's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me, girl? It's easy to love me now. Would you love me if I was down and out? Would you still have love for me?
If I fell off tomorrow, would you still love me? If I didn't smell so good, would you still hug me? If I got locked up and sentenced to a quarter century, could I count? I just wanna chillin'.
Everybody, thank you so much for putting up with a couple of our technical difficulties with that. But, right, end meeting for all. I love that. I love that button, end meeting for all. You guys good over there? All right. I want to say thank you to Dan Monroe and Ben Norton, because we literally started to put this together yesterday, late in the day, because Imtiaz could not come to Atlanta. His passport was taken by the Lebanese officials, and he is officially under house arrest in Beirut. So we put this together, and I appreciate your patience with those technical difficulties. If our DJ could just give us 20 seconds of music, be grateful, and stay seated, because we are going to bring our entertainment panel up hot. Hold on now.
Check, check. What an intro. Thank you guys for being here. What a group of professionals we have tonight, too. Thank you guys for coming to the Atlanta Digital World Summit. We are your entertainment panel. We are here to entertain you. I'm going to allow the panelists to give you a little bit of insight into who they are and what they do before we get started with our fabulous discussion with this group. So we're going to start with Dan Rosenfeld to my left, and we'll go on down the line.
Hello. Hey, that works. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Rosenfeld, co-founder of Electric Owl Studios. We're a new-ish film and TV production studio here in Atlanta. We are located in DeKalb County, and we are the most sustainable, greenest film studio in the world. We're the only LEED Gold certified film studio on the planet, and we're about to break ground on a studio in New York and in about 2 years in London as well. So glad to be here.
How you doing? My name is Udo Gray Jr. I'm the co-founder of 24/7 Artists. We're a music tech platform based here in Atlanta. We help simplify the business of music, teaching artists and their teams the business, and we also provide tools to help them focus on being artists because the business can be scary.
Mic check. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tabin Karianye. I'm a Senior Vice President of BMG Music Publishing, Berlin-based company, but I'm based in the LA office, but I also live here in Atlanta.
Hey everyone, my name is Josh Harris. I am the president and founder of Peachtree Media Partners, division of the Peachtree Group, and Gramercy Park Media, which is film financing.
Well, hello everybody. I'm Tammy Hurt. I'm very happy to be here today. I am all things music. First and foremost, I'm a drummer. I also am a business owner, entrepreneur. I also serve as the head of music strategy and industry relations for Silver Comet Productions.
Everyone, Matt Wilson. I'm a partner at Arnold and Gregory, and I chair our firm's entertainment and sports team. I mostly work in music, a little bit of film and TV, and random other things within the entertainment umbrella.
So can we give our panelists a hand, please? Thank you guys for being with us. And if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to stand up during this interview. I want to do it Phil Donahue style. I'm going to do this from the audience. We do want to get the audience a little bit more involved in the conversation because we want to talk about what you want to talk about, right? We want to hear from you a little bit more. I'm going to start the conversations, and then if you have questions, just let me know, and we'll come to you guys. And so since we are a tech summit, we want to deal first with the 1,000-pound elephant in the room, and we've been talking about it all day, but we're going to talk about AI and how it affects the entertainment industry across the board. And let's start with the attorney on the panel. And I'm sure you're dealing with a lot of issues with AI on a daily basis. Do you think that across industries that AI is more of a help or a nightmare legally?
Well, I think AI, I think technology in general is always good because it disrupts and changes the direction of all of our industries. I think there are dangers within the AI technology in the creative sense. I think the bigger danger is, which was discussed earlier, perhaps overreach, overregulation from the government's perspective, in the manner of, squelching development before it's had a chance to really take root and allow creative folks to use it in ways that would blow all of our minds on the stage, I assume.
Yeah, and we have people here from both the film side and the music side, and we know that AI is affecting entertainment as a whole. I want to talk a little bit to Dan about AI as it relates to physical production, right? As a studio owner, how do you see that how is AI changing the way production studios operate? I know you're ultra green as a studio, but from previs to post-production, what do you see as the biggest opportunities and challenges with AI for your business?
I think in film and TV, it's all opportunities. Obviously, challenges will exist in the loss of certain jobs and the addition of other new jobs, which I think technology kind of has done across all industries forever. So in film production, I think a lot of people here are probably familiar with virtual production. The biggest show that did it to start things off was The Mandalorian on Disney, where they used these huge LED screens that wrapped around a stage like mine, and they were able to project images, CGI on VFX on the screens and shoot them in real time. I think in the physical production world, AI is going to allow the generation of those images to be lightning fast. It may put some people out of work who were traditional VFX artists, and then they may transition into being AI artists, or they may find other avenues of work. But I think that the creation of all these kind of big VFX world building will go at such a fast pace compared to where they were. So that's one thing. I also think that they call them volumes, these big LED screens. I think the volumes will become more prevalent moving forward at stages like mine. That's how I see it so far. Right now, the cost to kind of build those big LED screens and run them through these incredibly fast computer systems using the Unreal engine is kind of expensive right now, but I think the cost, as with all technology, will go down. And I think that will allow for this virtual production to happen in stages around the world. And I do think that from the kind of green sustainability standpoint, people filming in stages does provide a lower carbon footprint overall, rather than moving a whole unit of crew and trucks around a city. I also think it provides a safer environment and one that can get out of kind of hazardous weather conditions. So it's getting hotter out there around the world. It's getting, in some parts, rainier. So being inside of stages, from my perspective, seems to be where things might move. And AI, I think, will definitely be a big part of that. Certainly, and I'm not entirely well-versed in post-production and how it's using AI, but it's very clear that it's going to create a lot of opportunities for them and speed up processes. And I think just in general, it just needs to be embraced, and everyone's fearful of what's around the corner all the time, but it's pretty incredible what's going on. I'm sure there'd be someone here to talk about kind of voiceover in film and TV and commercials and how that might eliminate the need for living actors, which obviously is not a great thing. But it's there, and it's not going to go away either. So I have a lot more to say about it, but I don't want to hog up time. So thanks.
Yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for that. So Josh, I know you are in film funding primarily, but you're also a creative. You're also a producer of films. Let's talk a little bit about it from the creative aspect, right? And do you see it as more of a positive tool for the use of creators or creatives, or more of a challenge based on the use of AI for mass producing images of people and name, image, and likeness deals and situations? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a extremely positive thing for our industry, with one caveat, that it doesn't diminish the creative and it doesn't diminish the human connection. Because we have to remember, the purpose of film, the purpose of television is storytelling. And that can only be done from a human to another human. In my perspective, AI should be used for enhancements, efficiencies, technology boosts, things like that. That's what AI should be used for, not to replace the human connection, but to enhance the human connection. So I think it's mostly a positive thing, Darius, as long as it doesn't diminish or infringe upon the human connection, which is the purpose of storytelling, which is the purpose of film and television. What Dan was talking about and some of those efficiency enhancements that it does make, when you think about location scouting, when you think about budgeting and line producers working, sometimes 20 hours a day trying to fine tune the budget, that can, those types of things can now be done using AI technology. That's going to create an enormous amount of efficiency in the space. Also, from a distribution perspective, if distributors can zone in and hone in on what an audience wants to see by taking these digital technologies and the AI technologies, and much the way that we do it in the advertising industry, you find out here's what the audience wants to see and how they want to see it. That kind of technology is going to only enhance our filmmaking experience, and certainly from a consumer's perspective, consuming the film and television. But again, not at the expense of the creative or the human connection.
Absolutely. And just as a note, just this week, Variety has announced that Runway, which is a company out of Hollywood, kicked off its 100 Film Fund with grants up to $1 million for projects that use AI in the creation of the projects. So that's very interesting in how they're using it to kind of further the development of projects using AI. And I feel like in our industry, we tend to lead with fear. And it's not just film, it's also on the music side, right? And so I feel like AI hasn't permeated the music side as much, except in the world of analytics. And Tammy, I want to talk to you a little bit about seeing more AI-driven analytics and insights to predict hits and trends in the industry as it relates to music. How are you seeing these technologies to make business decisions and creative decisions based on analytics?
Well, I would say, first of all, that AI isn't necessarily being used so much in music. I would say, first of all, I think it's the next big movement in music. I think that just like the electric guitar was for rock and roll, and the sampler was for hip hop, and the digital audio workstation was for EDM. I think that this will definitely be disruptive, but the music industry has already been using AI. Anytime that you hear a auto-tune, or anytime that you hear a beat synced up, or a pitch changed, using it to the advantage. With regard to, I think, making business decisions, I can speak from a practical conversation that I had with a good friend of mine who's a mastering engineer, and he was so freaked out. He's, oh my God, my job's going to go away. I mean, this guy's won 4 Grammys in the last 5 years, and he's at the top of his game. But what this technology is going to do is going to allow the repetitive, as Josh said, become more efficient. So, is there a world, and I believe that there is, where the repetitive processes that this particular person or folks in the industry have, it's going to make you more productive because it can take care of those repetitive processes and make things much more efficient. So I think in terms of business decisions, I think that there's a terrific opportunity here to really maximize the time that folks spend on production and also post-production. I see this as, right now you can write a song. You can pull up Suno or Udio and write a song. But that doesn't replace the artistry behind what a film composer does. A film composer can, the nuance or the cultural context or all of the imagination and all of the nuance that goes on between a director and a composer, as far as I know, at this point in time, AI is not going to take the place of that.
Yeah, so the main thing is sort of the tool and the way that the tool is, it's a tool to be used by the industry and by creatives. And I want to talk to you do a little bit about 24/7, right? So this is a technology platform that's changing the game as it relates to distribution. And we'll talk a little bit more about distribution as it relates to film and music. But as it relates to AI, are you using AI as a part of your platform? And do you see more platforms using AI as a tool?
Absolutely. I mean, we support independent artists, and the reality is they're not paying full teams. They're not on a label where they have full staffs, and there are a lot more independent artists than there are signed artists. And the reality is they're doing it wrong without the right guidance and the right tools. So if you have the ideal scenario where you can hire the best teams and hire the best people, that's great. But if you don't, the tools we're building are gonna basically allow them to focus on being artists 24/7. That's the name. And what does that look like? Like, how do you manage your files? How do you manage your money? How do you manage your timelines and your deadlines? How do you manage your business? Right? A lot of those things can be automated. And then where we see people coming in is people now can be mentors, advisors. You can have an advisory staff. You can have a management team. But I think a lot of the mundane tasks in the entire creative process in all industries, but specifically for independent artists, for that kid in the bedroom with the guitar who just wrote a song and now has to figure out how to be a business. There's a lot of steps between where they are and where they want to be. And they're not paying someone. They're not taking a job because that kid doesn't have the thousands of dollars for consulting fees. They're not paying accountants. They're not paying lawyers. And until they need to get to that space, we want to provide tools that simplify, but not replace, because eventually when you need the people, you should have enough of your stuff together that those people now are coming in and helping you level up, as opposed to doing, I talk to lawyers all the time who are like, I do the same contracts 1,000 times. I charge $500, and that's not what I want to do. I don't want to charge the kid in the bedroom $500 for a simple agreement. I want to be in part of the big deal, help them with the smaller deals. I'm not speaking for the lawyers though.
So does that mean you're coming from Matt's job with this?
My job is to make better prepared artists, so that the lawyers aren't banging their heads against a table because the artists are moving before they get to the lawyers. Because what happens is, by the time they get to Matt, they've already done the wrong thing and they're asking him to fix it. If we do our jobs right, they should come to him in a better position.
I'm sure you'd love it.
Yeah, I think that just sums it up, right? It's like the AI is a tool to, it's for efficiencies, it's for resource allocation. It's not a replacement. The jingle writer for an unknown brand, that job may diminish because of AI, but it's not going to replace the true creatives that are making films and music.
Well, I would say too, the jingle writer or production music libraries, that was sort of torpedoed already with royalty-free music. So, you had to really reinvent and adjust, as a creator, how you're going to navigate, because right now, with regard to AI, because there's an ethical and philosophical question, there's a creative question, and there's a legal and financial question. Because right now, you can't copyright something that AI spits out. That's not yours. Who gets paid? The question is, if there's no copyright and there are no royalties, there's no money. So how are, to me, that's the bigger question. And I'm curious to when the question comes up about, legislation, because, there is legislation that has been introduced in Tennessee, the Elvis Act that actually passed, that does protect creators. And I do think that, as we go along, there's also nationally the No Fakes Act. And if you don't know about it, you should. Look at the Human Artistry Campaign. Like those are big groups that are doing big things, and they're doing really important things to protect creators.
And I'll just add that there were protective elements that were argued by SAG recently in California legislation that was approved by the state of California, but then unfortunately vetoed by their governor. So it is an uphill battle, Tammy, for us to get to a place of resolution. And this is not something that's going to be fixed overnight. It's something that we're going to have to collectively, approach together and figure out how do we use AI for good and not for replacement.
No, and I love it that you brought up the new legislation in Tennessee, right, Tennessee?
The Elvis Act.
Matt and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, and the question about it, and Matt, if you can explain a little bit more, but is it overreaching in terms of legislating the creativity out of the use of AI?
I think there's a lot of thought that there is. So with the Tennessee Act, it's called the Elvis Act. It's a really creative acronym for basically likeness, voice, image,
Right of publicity.
ensuring right of publicity. But it goes beyond that. So the No Fakes Act, for example, which is a proposal at the federal level, would make your name, image, and likeness and voice a property right, which there's not currently a federal law that addresses name, image, and likeness issues. Rights of publicity, basically, is what we're talking about. There's a patchwork of state laws that are all very different. So depending upon where you're a resident, that's the law that applies to you currently. The Tennessee law has taken the Tennessee right of publicity, added voice into it, but expanded it beyond to not just apply to in the previous era. If I wanted to replicate Darius's voice and use it for a commercial project, I would then be in violation of his right of publicity. What this law does is it says not only am I in violation of his right of publicity, but the company that created the AI, if that AI or if that algorithm is used to replicate a voice, or a distribution channel, a social media platform, Spotify, any of these networks or platforms that are distributing this unauthorized use can all be liable under the law. So I think the Tennessee law is far too aggressive. Probably some First Amendment issues in there as well. I think ultimately a federal law is going to come in, whether it's the No Fakes law or another similar evolution of it, to supersede all of various state laws that are inconsistent.
But I think you bring up a really great point, because the federal law is going to take a long time, and AI is going so much faster. It's going to take a long time to catch up, and the voices of creators and the voices of business people have to be heard. And as somebody who has lobbied on Capitol Hill and down at the Capitol in Georgia, I can't say enough about getting involved and knowing your legislators so that these laws, when they're put into effect, are actually effective.
One of the things about the Tennessee law is it creates a criminal liability for the folks that are at fault. So, we're not just talking about being sued like you normally would in the right of publicity context. You're talking about an AI technology company or a platform potentially being liable for criminal law.
So everybody's going to jail now for using AI. So I see Vincent Levy is in the front row, and you're a composer and you work in the film industry quite a bit. So do you have any questions for the panel about AI?
I know some of these people, they're the best people I have, doing what they do. I can. Yes, AI is not a threat. AI is here. It's like any other tool. The plugins are doing this thing with AI. I've been doing it for 10 years. They've been using AI to run the bots to do all kinds of things. So why wouldn't it make music? It's like I said earlier, interacting with the director, it's a whole nother story.
Absolutely. And I love it that we have Tab here, who is on sort of the major music industry side, right? How is BMG and other major music labels adjusting to this sort of new reality of technology in the industry?
We're a little behind, to be honest with you. Listen, it's sort of like the great debate is it going to enhance us or is it going to hurt us, right? So
right.
I think we're somewhere in the middle. I mean, I'm a songwriter at heart. I started off as a songwriter. And I know what AI is doing. They're coming up with software to, but Josh talked about the human element. And I think the human element ultimately is what AI can't replace. The other thing is I'm just not as optimistic about the guidelines, because I think it's sort of the wild, wild west. I mean, we've had in rap beefs recently, we've had AI records released, and all these kind of things. But, I was just thinking to myself, the last time I was here was to see an artist, was to see Beyonce, right? There's a human element, right? So, and I think that's where AI still hasn't, we're not quite there yet. And hopefully, in our world that, AI, I guess I'm the dinosaur here because I'm really holding on to traditional songs and songwriting and live entertainment and these things. So hopefully, we still have another 25 years before AI truly takes over our business.
I don't think it's going to take over artistry, true real artistry though. I have a good friend who's a teacher at Berkeley, and she talks about how, her students are using ChatGPT and AI for this and that and the other. And she said where the rubber meets the road is when they actually have to do their recital. You have to put your hands on the instruments. And so, there is something that, and I have to be careful about saying this, but there is something about seeing live music. There are things that happen that, in a live situation where Beyonce or Taylor Swift or whoever fills up this stadium comes, that the question is, can you replace it? Can you replace that? I made a bold statement once, and I was corrected by a super smart millennial when I said, you can't replace a live performance. And she said, well, hang on, depends on the size of the screen. So I do think that there is that human element, Tab, that can't be replaced. That, if you listen to AI generated songs, let's just say that you feed your algorithm into all your own songs, and you just want to create those same songs. There's a homogenized version that will get better and better. But I think of Teddy Swims, and I think of that break in his voice when he growls the lyrics to his song. It's not going. AI can't do that.
Not yet.
So I think it will do it eventually. The difference is, and there's a reality to our industry, the music industry in particular. It's a very predatory industry. The history of publishing and how it happened. We can't forget that the people who wrote a lot of records never got credited. They never saw a dollar. Their families never were recognized for that. I think the one advantage we'll have this go round is if you use AI to create something, that data is trackable. And Jim Barber, who's in the audience, has said to me many times, like, the fact that we dropped the ball with sampling, where you could have had mandatory sampling licenses and made sure people get paid, we can fix that with AI, where the day it does have the crack in the voice and the day it does write the record that makes people cry, if it scoured the internet and it found your song and it used your song to figure out how to do that, you have to get credited and you have to get paid. I think that's the only real solution, because again, there are thousands of people, myself included, who have seen and been a part of records that did really well before we understood the business and before you understand the importance of publishing and contracts and agreements. And then your work get used by somebody else, and you're just in the back room telling people like, oh no, like they got that from me. And I've also seen a bunch of artists who you hear the song, you hear the vibe in every genre, and they're like, they stole that from me. That's my sound. And it's just he say, she say. But when the day comes that you can put into a computer, I want to sound like Tammy, and then I come out with a song that sounds like Tammy, you don't have to second guess, did you steal from me? It's literally going to be like, yeah, 37% of the song came from Tammy. And I think in that world, Tammy should get that 37%, or the right to say, don't use my work. So it's coming, but I think the difference now is it's not going to be as predatory.
Can you copyright a sound? Like, can you protect a sound? So if Tammy has a sound, I guess this is a question for you, right? And AI comes and imitates that sound versus using her actual voice. Is that something you can actually protect?
Well, copyright is a creative expression in a tangible term. So that in a tangible form. So that's what you're actually protecting when you register a copyright. So it's a song, it's a book, it's a movie. That's what you're protecting against infringement from. There have been cases. There was a Robin Thicke case a few years ago where the court came down and said that the feel of the song was so similar to the Marvin Gaye song that it was infringement. That's been peeled back a little bit, but to your question, whether sound can be protected, I mean, it's a question for the court as to whether or not a use is infringing, but I think no, it's not a sound. It's melody. It's more than just, an amorphous sound.
More than just a feel, right? So between you two guys, you and Tab, we are seeing more of a melding of the music industry between independents and majors, right? So most of it, because of technology, there's less of a need for major label backing because of distribution platforms like your own, like Dallas Austin's Dad distribution. how much of a threat to the music industry is this technology that is kind of leveling the playing field? And it's happening in film as well, right? So even with distribution of film, we need these major studios a lot less now because there's more opportunities for us to distribute our film and our products. How's that affecting your job in the future and your business?
I don't view it as a threat. You know, it's almost like, you know, it's a sports, and I'll use a sports analogy. It's almost like it's the minor leagues in a sense. No disrespect, but it's a farm system, right? So ultimately, I think technology levels the playing field, right, for everybody. So now, you know, A&R departments are literally sitting there looking at algorithms all day long. There's research all day long, right? So, you know, there's companies sitting in LA or wherever, anywhere, and are looking at algorithms. They can find a kid in Argentina or a kid in South Africa who's streaming. And at some point, I think every independent label, every independent artist eventually will need a major at some point. You know, it's just the nature of the business. I think once you grow, you need a global company to help you get to the next level. Because I just had this conversation with somebody. There's truly no successful independent artist. Anybody who's independent, who's reached is name status at some point, has been touched quietly or loudly by a major.
I guess that depends on how you define success, right? So, you know, there are kids on TikTok and other platforms that are making millions of dollars without a major, and so they would consider themselves successful. They have audiences as well.
Sure. Yeah, but when you say there's always another level, right? And at some point, and we see it, you know, like Daniel Caesar. You know, there's artists who walk around saying, you know, I'm independent, but you're really not independent because your money is coming from someplace else, right? And at BMG now we have a recorded music side, and we have a distribution company as well. And you know, we're now getting a lot of artists who were at majors and who were traditionally, you know, and I guess old style deals, and now they're doing new deals. But you know, a lot of them still come to us with a major mindset, right? And they still want the things that a major provides. And so I think ultimately from an artist, you want to get your music to the masses, right? And I think, you know, streaming does help that, obviously, and YouTube and TikTok, all these things help that. But ultimately, you all want the help of a major.
I also think the analogy I use is soccer, right? Soccer is a global sport. There are many major leagues in soccer, and there is no one definite major league. Every 4 years you come together for the World Cup, and that's its own version of a major league, but it's just players from multiple leagues coming together to compete, representing a different form of a league. I think that's where the music industry is heading. You're going to need the BMGs of the world. You're going to need the Sonys, the Warners, Universal, because their major and their reach is different. But the difference now is there's going to be a lot of artists who don't need to be attached to them directly. I like the soft touch approach to reach a level of sustainability and success.
Got it. And Josh, how does this translate to the film industry, right? With less of a need for major studios for distribution. I know you've done probably, I think, 30-something films just last year that you've produced and distributed or financed. Have you done them all independently? How does that mix work for you? And what do you see as the future in the film industry as it relates to distribution?
Sure. So as it pertains to AI, we use AI technologies to, again, decide and determine what the consumers want and how they want to consume it. So, but again, rest assured, we are a consumer-driven economy and a consumer-driven industry. So at the end of the day, it's what people want, not what AI wants. It's just we're going to use AI to help enhance what we're bringing to the marketplace. As it pertains to distribution, yes, I did 29 movies last year that I either produced or executive produced or financed collectively between my two companies. And in most cases, Darius, we used a model that's been employed for 50 years in Hollywood, which is sell foreign, hold on domestic, keep the domestic open so that you can realize a bigger gain, a bigger upside potential later after the film is produced. And without getting into the economics of foreign and domestic distribution, the point is you want to raise enough collateral for your film vis-a-vis distribution and tax incentives, which we can talk about in a bit, to make the film, right? And then you find a lender or Peachtree Media Partners to make your film with you. And that's how we did it on the last 29 pictures, is we sold a threshold of distribution agreements. The distributors came in and they bought the film, pre-sold the film in certain territories around the globe. And we took their minimum guarantees within their distribution agreements and we monetized those as accounts receivable. And the same thing for tax incentives. When you spend a certain amount of money in different jurisdictions around the world, you earn an incentive as a filmmaker for spending that money locally. And we at Peachtree and Gramercy can monetize those incentives just like a receivable. So it works really well in the independent space because it allows independent filmmakers to not rebrand as a studio, to not sell the world out, if you will, before they've made their film. Right? Because when a studio comes in and acquires the rights to a picture before the film is made, obviously the studio is going to have great creative control over that picture. If you can make the picture independent of the studio, and by the way, independent film does not mean low budget. The last independent film that I just wrapped in New Jersey was a $42 million budget picture. Independent means you don't sell it to the studio before you make the movie. And so it empowers the filmmakers by going with that model, independent film model. It empowers the filmmakers to retain creative control over the picture and then maximize profit potential after the picture is made. Because if you think about it, a complete constructed home is always going to be worth more than a vacant lot, right? And that's the same principle we apply in filmmaking. If you can build the film, you can sell the film. And so that's, as it pertains to your question around distribution, that's how it works. And to the extent that most of the films now are falling in this line are falling into this trap, I should say, of having to align with the studio before it's made, that can be destructive to the creative. It also is empowering to the job market, by the way. I'm indifferent, as a studio film, an independent film. As long as it makes green, I don't care. My thing is getting the film made and empowering people and putting people to work in our industry is the most important priority. But looking out for the integrity of the filmmaker, it is a great idea to try to explore how you can make your film independently.
And by the way, as an independent filmmaker myself, I agree with you 100% on that approach.
I bet you
do we
do.
have any other filmmakers in the audience? We have a couple. Yeah. Before we move on, we're going to talk about the Georgia entertainment landscape, right? And what we're doing here, both for music, film, gaming, and everything else. But are there any other questions about AI and technology before we move on? One. All right. Friend Vicky.
So we were talking about AI. We all know it's here. We're all going to use it as a tool. We know all that. Okay, that's great. However, just like I remember when everything went.
I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you? Thank you.
Everything went from linear technology to nonlinear in post-production because I used to be an editor. You had to learn Avid. You knew Avid was a really good resource. And then you went to Final Cut. So what kind of tools, AI tools, do you guys recommend, or where could we find that? Like some of it for business, some of it for music. Is there certain brand names of AI tools or platforms that we should be looking at?
By the way, she's a filmmaker. She's working on a documentary now. And so she's asking so that she can get her project done with the best budget. Is that you?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure.
So she's asking very
It's an easy
specifically.
answer. No, there's not an AI technology that I would recommend. I think you just have to explore the marketplace. I try not to use AI as much as I can in the films that I've made. The last 29, just in the past 12 months, we didn't use AI in any form or fashion. So let's be clear, it's not a necessary evil yet. So you can still make your project without the use of AI, but there are plenty of technologies that can help you from a filmmaking perspective become more efficient. We back in the industry, we used to say movie magic, right? Which is the technology we use for budget, the line producers use for budget. That used to be AI, right? Now it's just like archaic almost because of the advancements in technology, but we still use movie magic every day. So I would say, just do your research. I don't have anything I can specifically, a technology that a brand that I would specifically recommend or endorse, not until they pay me to do so. But explore the marketplace and see what works best for you and your filmmaking needs.
There was a movie that came out this year about Brian Eno, the super producer, and the filmmakers took 500 hours of various footage that was approved, and they use AI in some manner to change the flow of the film every time you watch it. So I don't know how many times you have to watch the film to see it replicated the same time as once before, but it's a lot. It's a pretty cool tool.
It's fascinating. That's right.
Okay, I'm back. So let's talk about the landscape of entertainment here in both the city of Atlanta and the state of Georgia. So people are still moving to Atlanta in droves, creatives, that is. However, for the film side, we are a production hub, right? We're a production center. We have a production industry, but we don't have a film industry yet. The reason being is that we don't originate financing here and we don't have distribution channels that are based here. But I feel like we're heading in that direction. Dan, let me ask you from your perspective. I know you're busy, right? Or you're getting busy after the strikes and the negotiations. As a studio owner, we're still not where Hollywood is in terms of studios, not just focusing on physical space rentals, but they're investing in projects, investing in creatives. Do you see the Georgia landscape going that way?
I think we need time. I do, absolutely. Hollywood, LA started with the creative, and the physical infrastructure followed that. We're going the other way. We're the manufacturing part of the industry here. All this development work's been done on film and TV shows for sometimes years before it finally gets here to a production green light. So I think with time, I do think we have a great independent creative community here. Wonderful artists of all types, writers, directors, actors, musicians, etc., crew members. So I think that we have a really tight-knit community that can tell their own stories, and I've seen it happen here time and again. Short films and features created fully here. But I think over time is when you need people with money to come and help with development money. Distribution's a whole different story. It's really hard to distribute things and to create that network. But as far as producing in-house here, the money will come over time if the production industry remains. The fact that the production industry is here has helped a lot of people on the creative side stay in Georgia instead of leaving, because they feel there's a way to get their things done because so many people are talking about it. I grew up in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. We didn't really have that. We had some productions here and there, but it wasn't massive there. So I felt the need to leave immediately, after working in the city for a couple of years, and I moved to LA for 15 years. But I think time's our friend on that front. There's no guarantee. I mean, there can be planning that takes place and enticing financiers to come. But the truth is that there's great writers around the globe, and the writers don't all need to be here. But and it's going to be hard to find tons of great scripts in one city. I was in LA for 15 years, like I just said. I would read maybe 5 great scripts out of 1,000 a year. So it's just, it's not so easy, but we can build the creative economy here. I think it's the best time in history to be a creator due to all the technologies we have, both in music and filmmaking. I can shoot a movie on an iPhone, and with proper training and technique, it can look gorgeous. I've seen several that just look amazing. So you can make anything now. So, and honestly, development money is nice to write scripts, but the truth is like most writers, especially here, should just write on spec. They should write their script exactly how they want to, exactly the way they want to. They don't get paid because it's just not how it works, but nobody's clamoring to hire you to write a script if they don't know who you are anyway. So you got to do that anyway.
I love that you brought up writers and writers' rooms. And Josh, I want to ask you about that because you're financing a lot of films. So you're kind of where I'm talking about in terms of originating financing here in Georgia. So you're doing that, which is awesome. But are you funding, or do you see a trend towards funding actual writers' rooms and originating content here in Georgia?
Yeah, so I think I agree with Dan. We have a tremendous opportunity to do so here, but what you have to remember is that the industry is so much bigger than one place now. This is the reason why the industry exists in Atlanta to begin with, is because it's no longer, Hollywood is no longer defined by a geography in California. It is everywhere, and it can be everywhere. So we have to keep that in mind in Georgia as well. We're never gonna take the entire industry and bring it here locally. It's just, we're beyond that now in the period in which we live. It's now global. The industry is now global. In terms of funding writers' room and development funding, I do think there's a tremendous amount of opportunity because of the creative economy that we have here that Dan was talking about. And there's so many people that have great ideas, and they're eager. I mean, Atlanta is well known for being an eager marketplace, an eager city, where it's the city that doesn't sleep. It's like constantly people are trying to be better than they are currently. They're trying to live bigger than they currently are. That's Atlanta's reputation. And I think that translates very well in the creative world, because that means we have people who are eager to storytell and eager to do things creatively to change the world. As it pertains to funding that, it's a much harder uphill battle, as you can imagine. Dan said it right when he said most of the time writers just need to get in there, get gritty and get dirty and write their script, right? You can't expect someone to pay you to do that, not yet at least. And I fear that digital technologies are only going to make that even more complicated to raise development funding for script writing purposes specifically. However, when you have a good concept and you have a good idea, if you can execute that and you have at least the genesis of it in script form, then there are companies like Gramercy, my other company, Gramercy Park Media, who can buy into that idea and put development funds, into something and actually help build that concept out.
One of the things you left out when you were talking about the things that were missing in Georgia, I would be remiss, and anybody who knows me has heard me say this at least 1,000 times, it's post-production. The films that are being made here, the companies that are making money off of making films here, the studios, I challenge, I think it's incumbent, in order to create the full ecosystem, we are going to have to start post-producing here. And the success of that will be when the Atlanta Symphony Orchestra, 27-time Grammy Award-winning symphony orchestra, actually records the score to the next Marvel film. Okay, thank you. And you can clap for that. So
That is
I will say that there is a music industry here that has been overlooked. We have had study after study and work group after work group and bill after bill, and time after time, the rest of the industry looks out for their own, but they don't necessarily look out for music. I would say that to fill these studios that are about 30% full right now, there is an opportunity right now to open up the conversation, just like Pinewood did over in the UK, and where the Foo Fighters went and rehearsed for a month, filled the studio up. I mean, there's all kinds of opportunities to build the ecosystem and grow this creative economy. And I am very fortunate to work with an amazing creator who she and her husband have brought their business to Georgia, and they are fully creating here. They're writing, they're creating, they're post-producing, they're recording, and I think that we have got to have more of that in order to continue to see this industry grow.
I appreciate you for bringing that up. Unfortunately, we're out of time, Josh. You're giving us the hook. So I did want to end on the music side, though, because I think that's an important point that you made. And if there are no more questions, I think we're done. Let's give our panelists another round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I wish we
Appreciate
had
you.
more time, but unfortunately, we don't.
You may now exit the stage.
Hey, Matt Arden, let's line up. Hey, Dan Monroe, you ready for sports? Let's go. Hold tight, guys. Hold tight. Just, we got it.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Come on. You got the open seating. No yelling. Hi, guys. It's sports. We're the fun game. We're going to wait for everybody to join. Oh, I think we're short one mic. Are we good? We're sharing? Oh, it's coming. Here, take mine. Yeah, just bring one up. Okay, good. Who's on?
There we go.
Switch back? Sure. Oh, we got a moderator. Right?
Yeah, we got moderator.
See, this is what happens when you bring production people on a panel. You start trying to problem solve. What's up, everybody? How are y'all doing? I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves and tell a little bit of what they do. So we'll start right here.
Hey, everyone. I'm Adam Lewidis. I'm the managing director of Phoenix Capital Ventures. We are an early stage venture capital firm focused around sports tech, gaming, connected fitness, human performance, and media and entertainment.
Hi, I'm Todd Schmidt. This is my 28th season with NFL Films, undefeated since 1962. We are the film and video outlet of the National Football League, and we have programming anywhere eyeballs can watch anything ever.
Hi, great to be here. I'm Jenna Croft, Vice President of Startup Partnerships, and I get to lead our Comcast NBCU Sports Tech program. If you're not familiar with it, I get to play at that intersection of sports and technology. We invest in 10 companies each year, and they get to work with decision makers across our organization, plus really cool sports teams and leagues like Premier League, NASCAR, PGA Tour, and a few others.
Hi, I'm Buddy Scott. I head up product and experiences for a startup in technology for sports. And what we do is we help, I would say, leagues, teams, and rights holders. Those could be big tech or broadcasters or both. Actually help tell the story in brand new ways that are, I would say, are compelling for the younger generation. And we actually we're going to be looking at two different environments. One is for the home, for the mass audience, and the second is for venues that we'll talk about later.
I'm Wayne Kimmel, managing partner of 76 Capital. We're a venture capital company that invests in companies like Quintar. So it's great to have Buddy here. And you know, when I explain what Buddy does, I talk about augmented reality and XR and cloud computing, and you know, you talk about it in a different way or something. I don't know. That's as much as I can understand. But you know, we're all about investing in the entrepreneurs who are truly doing the next thing across the sports industry. And we want to work with them and help them and grow those businesses. And we're based in Philadelphia, so it's really great to be here in Atlanta. So thanks for having us.
Hey y'all, Gordon Barfield. I lead up the strategy and innovation teams at AMD Sports Entertainment. So that's the Atlanta Falcons, Atlanta United, and then the stadium you're in here today. So glad to have all y'all here.
Gordon, it's fitting that you're last in line because we're going to start with you. We're obviously in this lovely facility. Pretty nice. Technology, obviously, at a cornerstone of developing this beautiful arena, this stadium. So I kind of want to start with you. As technology evolves relative to sports production and sports presentation, talk to us a little bit about this awesome facility we're in and what went into the decision making when this place was built.
Yeah, absolutely. So stadium opened in 2017. I think the designing process and the decisions on technology, what we put in here, started well before then, called 2014, 2015. And as you guys hopefully get a chance to go out here and take a look, you see the Halo board, you see kind of the visual technology, but there's so much more behind the scenes. We're just talking about connectivity and with Wi-Fi and cell service and everything else we have in the building. The idea was to keep it kind of at the top of our minds throughout when we opened the building. And I think it's interesting now, is called 5, 6, 7 years in, continuing to make investments in that technology. We're going through a large-scale stadium renovation project right now, putting about $200 million into the stadium, and probably half of that is in technology, infrastructure, production, things that just have to be done to keep it kind of at the forefront of the stadium industry. So, I think it's always on our minds, and we're always looking for ways to improve it. So hopefully, again, guys, take a look outside when you get a chance, and you can see some of it for yourself.
Well, thank you for having us, first and foremost. That leads me to a follow-up, because we do have a little bit of breaking news on the panel, which typically you don't get in a fun technology sports panel. But you talk about how AI impact. We're going to talk a little bit about AI, the big scary word in the room, which isn't that scary, guys, but we'll be here to help you through it. But it does bring me up across the street, obviously, State Farm Arena, and our friend Buddy here has a fun announcement, but it really goes into what we're talking about with how new tech is going into the sports world. So tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah, in fact, I have a team over at State Farm right now. We've become Quintar has become the official XR platform for State Farm Arena and for the Atlanta Hawks. It's a multi-year collaboration agreement. In fact, it's an innovation agreement. We're focusing on 3 areas, and the cool part about this is that we get to actually experiment, try, give it to the fan, test it, and then if it doesn't work, throw it away and go do something else, right? So that's the fun part about this collaboration. If it works, then we're free to actually expand that to other NBA teams and other sports and leagues. So it's a really great collaboration agreement. But the 3 areas we're focusing on, one is entertainment, which is actually around the game itself. So it's actually, how do we visualize and expand the storytelling of the game as you're watching it while you're in your seat? That's one. So the second is that for those who are there for, I would say, the event, not necessarily the game, but just to be part of their friends and family, is the gamification around the game. It is how can we actually put contests and games and actually make that so that it's a very reasonably priced thing for State Farm Arena and for the Atlanta Hawks to actually create games and create contests and create points and scores and prizes over and over and over again without actually having to go to a marketing agency and spend a ton of money for one activation. You can actually keep doing it over and over and over again. The third one is more utilitarian. So it's more about wayfinding. And where's the closest security office? Where's the closest medical office? Where's my favorite beer? Right. So anything like that. So we're focusing on those 3 areas.
That's very cool. So I want to have it's a little bit more of an open panel. So everyone's now, obviously free to interrupt and jump in. We want a little chaos up here, but chaos is the key word. We feel like in the media world right now, it feels like there's a lot of chaos, right? Everything seems scary. Everything's bad. It's not bad. We're changing, we're growing, we're trying to find new ways. And that's a little bit of the disruption you're finding right now. Everyone on here has brought up the dirty word AI in meetings and in emails. Can you each talk a little bit about sort of like where technology is leading you right now? It's particularly around AI, which seems to be the hot button word. It is not a dirty word. We're going to figure it out. But there's a lot of good thinking on this panel too. So I want to sort of ask everybody where they are in this process. And let me start with you, since obviously you're on the forefront of making some of those decisions.
Yeah, so hopefully during the 17 days of my bliss, AKA the Olympics, you experienced AI Al Michaels. I would have loved to have been in the room when they approached him and said, hey, can we use AI technology to use your voice over those 17 days with highlight reels and clips just to bring you closer to those moments that matter. And when we look at AI, it is such an incredible efficiency play that can allow us to deliver very, very personalized experiences. So if you look at the Olympics alone, over those 17 days, 7,000 hours of content. You've got 250 plus events. You've got 10,000 or so athletes from 200 countries. Trying to bring all of that together in a seamless way where you could find what you want You don't care about the 7,000 hours. You care about those 7 sports awe-inspiring moments that you want to see. And so I think it was a great way for us to use AI to quickly generate scripts. Again, it was our fantastic storytellers. And I think it was Josh on an earlier one. Like, we're not taking the humanity out of it with AI technology. We're just getting us faster so that the best of the best storytellers out there can do their refinement, can really bring the emotion and that athlete's journey on the path to the podium so that it jumps off the page. And to be able to use WSC Sports, which happened to be our highlight clipping capability, to pull that together. So it was step one. Granted, you could only pick 3 sports and you got the same package in your 3 sports that you picked. You couldn't change them around. But it's step one in what can be the most personalized experience for fans that are really fluid.
How do you, and anyone on the panel that wants to jump in on this, how do you separate the new technology, oh man, I want to try this, and really maintaining focus on the fan journey or the viewer journey, and not simply just trying new technology for the sake of trying technology, but enhancing the viewer experience, enhancing the fan experience? Where does everyone on the panel sort of sit on like the line between we should be first to the table with this just cause, or we should be first to the table with this because this will actually make life better for our viewer, our fan?
I think one of the most important things that you said is what the fans want. And I think many of us, you know, as investors, as well as working with companies like Quintar, you're talking to the consumer. You're talking to, you know, what do they want? What do you want your experience to be? And especially when you talk with the younger fans, they want everything, right? They want it all, right? They want as many screens. They want as much data. They want as many people talking to them, at them, being part of a conversation, really being active within the game. So to do that, you need to use technology for that. And that's really where we think AI comes in and can be extremely helpful, because then it can truly customize your experience, personalize your experience. And that's one of the big things for us at 76 Capital, where we really want to we want to help our companies and enable them to be able to give that type of experience to fans, because that's what you really want. I mean, you think about like the experience that we all get from Netflix. That's the kind of experience that we want to have with sports, I believe, and especially around sports betting. We need to get to that place. And, you know, but at the same time, Netflix is coming to our world, right? And that's one of the big things. It's one of the things that Jen and I talk about a lot, is that the major technology companies that once played in other industries and other worlds are now here in sports. So we've got companies like a Netflix and like Comcast with Peacock. And I mean, you better have Netflix on Christmas, right? I mean, Christmas is not going to be anything. Like, if you go to someone's house and they don't have Netflix for Christmas, you can't watch the NFL games. I know you can watch the NBA games, but like, you're going to leave and go somewhere else. At least I would.
Well, I don't envy the position that any stadium is in. We have the same challenge ourselves. When we did, it was about a $350 million investment in Wells Fargo Center. We own the Flyers in Philadelphia. We tried as much as possible to use actual behavioral data to help us understand the spaces and places and why people were in that stadium, because not everyone's there because they're a diehard fan. Some of them might be there for the social aspects of it. Turns out 9 times out of 10, if they win, the hot dogs were hot, the parking was seamless, everything was great. And every January, people are asking, why are there no healthy options? And then they don't care again in February. So you kind of have to follow the data. And so if you aren't testing and trying new technologies, you can't really see. You can ask people what they want, but their behavior tells something else.
Yeah, and I fully agree on that one. And we have a expression that we use with our team. We do all the same behavioral analysis. We look at surveys, we talk to our fans. At the end of the day, though, fans aren't typically very rational. Like, they will make the irrational choice, even though it makes no logical sense. They will wait in a line when you could say, if you walk 30 seconds that way, there's no line. They'll look at you and say, I'm not moving. So no amount of technology, no amount of insights, nothing you're going to give them will change their minds. And so it's understanding fans, understanding behavior. And I think we look a lot at this technology that we can bring to our fans. We have several criteria we look at when we're piloting new things in the stadium. And, you know, they have to like using what we're giving them, but they actually have to use it. Like, too often you see technology put out there and 50 people are using it and they all love it, but only 50 people are using it. So it's probably not worth your time or your effort. So it's balancing those two that can be challenging.
I want to actually, I may come right to you for this because I want to talk about that real quickly. I don't know how crowded the space is right now, so I'm curious, especially for the guys on the panel that are, and I'm sure some of you are interested in where the money might be coming from or how to get access to that money. Is the marketplace flooded with 1 million new apps and 1 million new opportunities? And how do you discern what might make sense? What's a safe bet? What's a good gamble? Where do you take a risk? Where are you looking at the next big thing that could change a fan experience?
Yeah, I was going to make the point and to expand on what has already been said, where I think there's two sides of when it comes to AI and new technologies. Like you get the one side of it where it is a direct correlation and understanding that a fan is engaging with an AI in a new experience, right? You take the avatars, you take, I mean, we've seen a few platforms who are, leveraging these large language models, these LLMs, like an OpenAI, to create celebrity athlete experiences that a fan can go engage with, right? You're directly engaging with an AI. So we've seen that side of it. I think a large majority of what we see today are companies integrating AI into the experience where they fan or whoever actually has no idea in some cases that new technology AI is being leveraged, right? And so for us as investors, we're constantly trying to figure out, to your point, yes, there are 1,000 new apps. Everybody's trying to come up with the next great sexy idea and billion-dollar idea. But sometimes there's a bifurcation between, is this just a feature set inside of a larger system that creates a better experience, or is it truly a standalone business? And that's actually one of the biggest things that we're constantly looking for, is do we believe that this company, these founders, these group of individuals are building a company that is lasting, or is it really, hey, this integrates better into CRM system or the media experience or whatever it might be to create a broader platform and plug it into a broader platform as opposed to standalone. So sometimes tough to figure that out, but we see, again, it's one side or the other, where the fan either doesn't have any idea they're experiencing AI, or teams, the properties are using AI, or it's this cutting edge, bleeding edge new experience that may or may not work, and it's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, and the way we're using this AI and building AI is exactly that. So it's seamless and invisible to the user. They just know things work, right? So for example, we'll talk about the other technologies we have, but for the stadium, it is a learning model, because the stadium, the arena, the floors, it changes. There's actually not just one Hawks floor, right? So we actually learn and actually crowdsource the components, and actually it's a continuous learning model. In fact, with our company, we also have a big deal with PGA Tour, where the first thing they asked us was, what's your plan for generative AI? They weren't asking because they wanted us to do it. They said they don't want us to infringe on what they're doing, right? So we have to be very cognizant of our partners, be it the leagues, teams, or rights holders, of actually what their plans are, so we don't infringe. So we are starting with staying in our own lane and actually making the experiences we build in our technology for fans seamless.
So I'll build off that, because you perfectly teed up how we think about it. So we've got Comcast, NBCU, and Sky. We have deep investments in sports, whether that's Olympic rights through 2032. We're going to have NBA back on NBC soon. So when we think about partners in our consortium coming in and helping to work alongside these founders, it's because it's a problem we're solving that's relevant to different types of teams, leagues, sports, because that's technology that's going to scale. And so we're constantly looking at PGA Tour has very unique needs around the fact that they have 150 acres and they're capturing every shot live at any given point in time. There's 10 to 12 balls in the air. And we're NBC Production on site with them doing that in places like PGA Tour, the Players Championship, where we're providing as Comcast Business the connectivity. So our entire platform is an innovation platform built off of partnerships that enhance our media rights, our sponsorship investments, and just bring fans closer to the action, whether that's in the living room or in the stadium, on the field, ice, all of those areas. That's where we need to be pushing ourselves as an organization to test and try things. If we're willing to integrate it into our business, that's product market fit, that's revenue coming in for them to build their business, and that de-risks our initial investment. But it's very much hinges on partnership.
Well, a little further down the funnel, Todd, I want to come to you because a little further down the funnel, I have the most in common with you, the storytellers, right, in the group. Further down that funnel is how does it all tie together with storytelling? How has your job changed over the last, let's say decade even, or even the last 5 minutes probably, from how do we keep traditional storytelling in place? How do we captivate? But how do we embrace these new technologies to change the way we do our jobs and also deliver it to our fans?
Well, I think you start with what's engaging with the people watching and what do they already know. Now, right now, there's never been a better flow of information. Whereas when I started with NFL Films in 1997, inside the NFL was must-see TV. It's where you saw the highlights of Sunday's games. Well, heck, now you can see it 20 minutes after the game's over. So our storytelling had to change. We had to, on one hand, we had to double down on what we did because we believed that we were telling stories that didn't matter when you saw them. They were timeless, they were cinematic, and they had a visceral reaction. At the same time, we had to understand that our viewer was much more educated as to what happened than they were a couple years ago. So I'm a firm believer that a great story is a great story is a great story. You can tell a great story in 18 seconds on TikTok. You can tell a great story for 30 for 30 on ESPN. You can tell a great story anywhere in between. What makes something a great story, I don't think changes. But what you have to do to get that story to the people who are going to enjoy them, well, that's changing dramatically in terms of different partners. At the NFL, we talk about meeting our fans where they are. And I know all of us have that challenge of getting to where our viewers can enjoy us, whether it's on a 3-inch screen. Well, I'm used to putting something on a 70-inch screen. Now you're telling me the guy's going to be watching my documentary on a phone. That changes how I think about graphics. That changes how I think about detail in terms of what they're seeing. So much has changed just because of how it's enjoyed and how, but I think that the secret is if you have the basics of storytelling and you understand the marrow of the human experience that makes a great story, then you can do that in 18 seconds. You can do that in an hour and a half. You can do that in whatever vehicle is available to you.
Let's admit there's friction at times, right? What is advice to those watching? Where do you push and pull? Where is the friction? Is it a new technology coming in and storytellers saying we're not building for that, or is it a storyteller saying we need a new platform? Like, where are we finding the friction and how do we overcome it as we test all these new technologies?
I think one of the things which has been really interesting, and I could use an example of one of our companies called Diamond Kinetics, which is our baseball technology company, and it's really you would think there was friction, potentially friction from a young kid's highlight, and then matching that with Major League Baseball content. Right? You think, well, Major League Baseball, they have their content, they have the rights, all this other stuff. But to see today how the leagues are really leaning in and are looking to really work from an innovative perspective with these young startup companies is amazing. So the example is that a kid he's a left-handed kid, he's a 12-year-old, it's a home run to right center field, there's 2 men on base, and it's the highlight of his career, right? of his 12-year-old career, right? And then immediately within 15 to 20 seconds, his mom, and then there's a video of the game using sort of our video streaming platform. We can take the video of that kid's home run and match it up with his favorite player, Bryce Harper, who also hits a home run to right field. We're able to use AI and other sorts of tech to match it right up to say to the exact place in the ballpark, 2 men on, and show split screen of the kid's home run and Bryce Harper, and immediately that's text to his phone as well as his parents' phones and grandparents as well. That's the type of thing where you think about it all working together and the use of tech and the type of relationships that you need to have and deals that have to be done. So you actually can make this all work. And from our perspective, what we're finding now with all the leagues is that they want to help. They want to be part of it. They want to lean in. They want to know what's next. They want to be part of it. And that's the part that's exciting for all of us right now.
You know, Wayne, I want to count double on that because, you know, the thing that people want more and more now is access. And that product gives the 12-year-old boy that access that they've been craving. And at NFL Films, we're constantly thinking, how do we bring our fans closer? How do we give them access? We now have programming that takes you into the locker room. We take you into the draft war room. We'll take you anywhere you want to go. And the challenge is, how do we go further? How do we give them that access? And I think partnering with technology is the best way to guarantee you're going to do that efficiently.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why we're investors in Quintar. I mean, they're taking the viewing experience to the next level. It's coming alive in front of you. It's going to be incredible to see just every piece of what you guys are doing from, you know, and it's just, and again, the access, the willingness of the teams, the leagues to work with you is amazing.
Well, Wayne, I'll build off of, if you look at sports, what we find among our partners, it's the collaboration and the cross learnings where you wouldn't necessarily expect that NASCAR would have as much similarity with PGA Tour. But guess what? Daytona, you can fit 17 football fields inside the ring of that track. So these are hard problems that are going to be only solved if we're really investing in early on with really smart, innovative entrepreneurs. They're going to frankly push us all beyond the status quo and how we tell stories and how we produce. But any of those technology pieces, you've got to test and try and experiment and come with that open mindset versus a fear that it will displace you. I think AI is a wonderful tool if used in the right way to get some of that brainless stuff off your plate so that you can really dive in for that humanity, the creativity piece of things. But, you know, I would say another piece of friction when we're looking at technology and investing in it, a lot of the technology that we're looking at is part of a workflow. That is behavior change. That's not easy. And so you're going to have people that are a little bit hesitant. But if you have an innovation platform, which is, but hey, this is us testing and experimenting. That's what puts together the best product ultimately at the end of the day. And the best product on the field or the ice or the court is going to drive ticket sales, merchandise sales, tune in, all of that.
You know, you bring up something, and I've been in this business a long time. You know, the fear of fossilization is real. Will I be replaced? How can something? You know, we're always looking at, you know, a younger person who's smarter and more relevant and hungry. That's great. Now you got machines who are, and that's scary. But anytime you're in a business for a long period of time, you're in it because you have consistently innovated in and of yourself. So I find myself not worrying about if a machine can replicate the work I do. I worry about creating the kind of work that I know a machine could never replicate. And if I do that, the problem takes care of itself. And now AI becomes a tool, just another tool, as my Avid or as the music or the film or the narration or anything that I do. It's just another tool that I can use to create excellent communication. So I think it's up to all of us as professionals to A, stay on top of what's going on in the industry, B, see what's coming and see not just that, oh gosh, that's going to replace me, but how do I use that so I stay on top? I think it's a challenge for everyone who's a professional in this business because, you know, if you get stale, you're gone. You really can't, and you have to evolve. And it doesn't matter if you've been in this business for 15 seconds or 15 years, you still have to compete against people who are honestly want it just as bad, if not more than you do.
Yeah, and I'll feed off on that. It was kind of interesting to me. We've worked with the PGA Tour for a few years now, and we've gone to many tournaments. And our technology that we've been experimenting with, we usually are somewhere near the camera people, right? So we look at that, and we actually show them what we're doing. They were like, "Oh my God, you're going to replace me, right?" We were like, "No, we'll never replace the storytelling of what you guys do, right?" It is just an added benefit for the younger audience. In fact, you talk about the friction of technology, and for us, the friction of technology is how do you take what you can see at home today, and make it interactive. I can truly, instead of a lean back experience, the younger audience wants a lean in experience. They want the interactive pieces of it. They want to be, I would say, stayed busy over and over again instead of just sitting back and watching a game. So our technology does that, but what we're trying to do is make that friction go away for our partners, right? So you can actually lean in, you can be interactive, you can actually touch and feel the data visualization onto actually video that actually is on tabletop, and be able to do that in completely different ways that you don't even know you're watching the game, even though you're watching a game, you're actually interacting with the live game.
Yeah, or one last point. Even there's an example I'll use. We have a portfolio company that we recently invested in earlier this year called ProShop, which is a media holding company. It was a spin out from the PGA Tour. And, even in non-technological ways, you're seeing a lot of these leagues and properties engage, right? The PGA Tour noticed that golf influencers were becoming such a huge proponent to this younger audience to grow the game. And so some of you may have seen, but when the Tour Championship was here at Eastlake, the Wednesday evening before the tournament started on Thursday, they had some of the top golf creators come out, play a 9-hole match against each other, generated 120,000 concurrent streams in real time, millions upon millions of views post event, just to kind of as the content is syndicated across not just NBC and Golf Channel and those properties, but each of these influencers own YouTube channels and social media streams and everything else. And like, you're seeing innovation happen in ways where, yes, some of those influencers have played college golf and professional golf and were really good, but some of them were, a single digit handicap and it's cool to see them play a professional golf course, right? You're not used to seeing that sort of content. And so I think there's also non-technological ways of like, telling that story, growing the audience, engaging the audience, that we're starting to see pop up and will continue to be relevant for obviously years.
Gordon, we talk about access. That's a hunger that is now being satiated and will never go away, right? So we've spoiled audiences with more access, more access, more access. That won't stop. It'll only get more. So it used to be, in all of our recent collective memories, getting to go to a game was about as much access as you could get, especially as a kid, right? You'd go to a game, the world exploded in front of you. How do you provide more and more access to people who are in a building watching a live sporting event?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty real with ourselves in that the viewing experience, if you really want to watch a football game, is probably better on TV than sitting up in the very top of the bowl here. But that's just the viewing aspect of it. I think fans come to games far more than just what they're seeing on the field. It's being with other fans. It's the environment. It's the energy. It's the production. And so we try leaning on all those things other than, to your point, just access. I can't get everybody a locker room visit. They're not going to get sideline passes. Like, you can give them other things, other benefits. You can bring them into this, this home, as we call it here, the experience that they can have. You're not going to get that at home. And we realize it's not for everybody, but, that's how we try kind of meeting that need for that access. And it's just the overall experience.
Do you have to worry about running sort of a razor thin margin of like, that you want to be great to partners too that are showing these games on television? Do you worry ever that we've made it so great for our partners that they won't come to the stadium? Or, is that the constant battle, or is that not even a thought process?
I mean, it's something we think about, but we are part of a league and we get our revenue shared from the league. And so the NFL does well, we do well. So we understand that. I think it's a good symbiotic relationship. We have to, be cognizant of that. And I think if our game's on Sunday Night Football, more people are interested in the Falcons and more likely to want to come to a game later in the season. So it goes both ways.
We definitely are constantly pushing ourselves in both the living room and in stadium experiences. It's a little bit like sports itself. When you are up against your biggest rival, you show up and you play your best game. So I think if we're trying to bring the best of the stadium experience and feeling that communal aspect and feeling that immersive, I'm right there, I'm getting to feel like I'm responding to interactivity and it's showing up on the screen in the stadium, or vice versa, we bring in the best of the living room and we bring that. I think Quintar is a fantastic example of that. If you're used to watching golf, you want to see the shot trails. You want to be able to see distance from the pin, all of these things. But if you're there at the tournament, it can be a hard situation to experience that same thing that gives you that nuance of, oh my goodness, this is an epic, 5-foot putt that he's got to do to get, multi-millions of dollars. And so I'll give 2 examples of companies that have helped us kind of keep that best of in both of those worlds. One of them is Aircast. Same thing to your example. They work with Sacramento Kings as an Oracle Park. So when you're in the stadium or you're in the court, your seat is where it's at. You can't necessarily control camera angles, replays, all of those things. But with Aircast, if you can be able to see the pageantry of what's happening in front of you, but also decide I want to do a replay, or I want to hear the commentation from the broadcast, I want to hear it in Spanish, to have all that capability off your mobile device, that gives you a little bit of a sense of being a producer in the stadium experience, which is really quite powerful, but doesn't detract from, it just helps you enhance the experience there. Similarly, mobile technology allows data and video to be synced in low latency. And they did a test at the Tour Championship to geofence it so that you could be on the grounds, but be able to see the 18th hole live streamed of your favorite golf player. And that was a closed test. Again, PGA Tour wants to test these things out and make sure it is rock solid, that fans get the expectations that they get. But next step is waste management. And there's 50,000 fans, and they're going to get a go at Moby technology to see the foursome or the player they want to watch.
And that one's crazy. The waste management.
Yeah.
That one's crazy.
You know, but this is not a new conversation. 60 years ago, the NFL owner sat around a table with Pete Rozelle explaining why TV would not destroy their gate. And the owners were petrified of television. And Pete Rozelle said it, and I'm going to tell a story. I'm a storyteller. He said, for the NFL to work, it has to work on television. Now, in the 1960s, that phrase, for the NFL to work, for it to be successful, the NFL was a fourth-rate sport in 1960. Let's be clear. Boxing, horse racing, baseball, college football, college basketball, all were far beyond the NFL. The NFL became successful, in part because of wonderful, good old NFL films. We created a mythology. And that mythology created demand. It's why we're sitting in a palace here like this, where 70,000 fans can come watch a game, and millions more are going to watch at home, and they all can't get enough. So I think how you bring the game to the consumers, how you create the mythology, whether it's a player's mythology, whether it's a golfer or a tennis player, social media does an extraordinary job right now creating a mythology of an individual player. Could be a youth player, and then you see them, youth influencers. I think leaning into it, going where the demand is going, can only help build. And I think the fear of anyone saying, well, it's going to cut into our gate is foolish. You have to double into it. You have to lean into where it's going.
Yeah, I think we talk about bringing the best of the home viewing to the stadium and bringing the best of the stadium to the home. That actually is the mantra of our company. It's how do we blend both of those together, no matter what fan you are, in how you want to watch it. So that's really our mantra.
We have another fun example of, again, it's how do you bring user-generated content into a live broadcast? Sky Sports has done a fantastic job of that with one of our portfolio companies, Display. So when you're watching a boxing match, you can have the viewer's verdict. You have your own opinion of who you think won that round, and that way your voice gets to be a part of it. Or having social walls of people as they're tweeting during some live breaking news, to be able to have that, to feel that you now have a voice in the overall story and how it's told out there is pretty powerful. And that is a true power in the hands of fans to show their favorite team or athlete how much they care.
Relative to determining what technologies we chase and don't chase, is scale a bit of a red herring? Is that a mistake? Is that, like, I know we all want scale. Hot take, scale could be an illusion, but we'll address that later. But I know we're all looking for, great grand numbers, but when evaluating technology that can bring a story to life or enhance a viewer experience, do we have to chase scale, or should we just chase experience first and hope that, the Rozelle story reminds me of that, right? Like, it's got to work on TV. We don't know that it will, but we at least got to try, right? Is chasing scale a bad thing to do when evaluating a new tech relative to sports?
I can answer that in 2 ways. One is there's obviously tens of millions, hundreds of millions of fans around the world. So technology if it works in sports, it's got to be able to support, obviously, scale, right? It's got to be able to support millions upon millions of people. I think for us, as we're evaluating it from an investment perspective, we understand that if you look at the professional sports landscape of if you're going to sell technology into that system, right, there's a finite number of teams that are buyers, right, at the end of the day. But we understand that if it works there, that oftentimes those systems can be used in other areas, right, whether it's media, entertainment, gaming, right, whatever it might be, right? So I think for us, we look at sports as an entry point into something that can be way broader because it is a very good view into what consumers want at the end of the day. And so I think it may start small and, in and around sport. And so to your term, scale, like, yes, we want to see something that has a founder, a company that has a vision to scale. But oftentimes, no, you got to start small to be able to get there.
So Adam, I'll build off that because we have a similar viewpoint. One, it is an investment, so you want to see it prove itself out on the grand stage of sports. But if it can go into other strategic verticals like hospitality or hospital healthcare, those are really important strategic enterprise verticals for us on our Comcast business side of the house. So we're always looking at both of those as we are making an investment, but at the end of the day, if you're going to build a sustainable business, you've got to find product market fit that can continue to grow and continue to bring revenue in. That's how you build a sustainable business.
Look, I mean, I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, really look at what's happened over the last several years in the sports industry. I mean, we're talking about a $3 trillion industry. This is truly an asset class in its own right. So for us to really build businesses, we can build very, very large businesses across the sports industry. And that's something that my team and I at 76 Capital have been talking about for many, many years now, that this is truly an asset class. This is truly an opportunity to build really special companies that are all across the sports industry that are using technology. So I think that's something that we have to think about, and we've seen it. I mean, we've just seen some, look at, I'll talk about sports betting for a second. I mean, we had one state in the United States in 2018 that had legalized sports betting. Sports betting was less than a $10 billion industry. Today, there will be over $150 billion bet in the 38 legal states in the United States this year. So to see this unbelievable up to the right that's happening right now and how fast it's growing, we've now seen something that's grown. We would love that in any industry. But it's happening here in sports, and there's so much more that's going to happen, especially because of all the things that we're all doing up here. And it's exciting. I mean, like, I'm so excited that, we're here, we're in Atlanta, we're at this event talking about sports as one of the important areas and major, major growth areas in not only just sports, but like in the country. It's one of the major, major industries. I mean, we know, look at CNBC, right? CNBC just last week put out their first sports newsletter. They announced CNBC Sport. They are focusing and covering this industry like they cover every other industry. So yes, we want our stuff to be bigger and better and all that kind of stuff, but you could be really, really big if you're successful in the sports industry.
And the main reason, and Wayne and I can talk about this ad nauseum, on why sports is now an asset class, because it's scarce IP with global fandom. That is a completely different dynamic than you will see in most other fields and industries, and you have a global fan base. So I would say even some of our portfolio companies that you wouldn't necessarily would think have something to do with sports have been our most successful. Let's Chat is a great example of that. They do live language translation. You've got global fans that speak 104 different languages, but still want to have that accessibility to that athlete or that team or that moment that inspired them to pick up a glove.
Betting brings up a good sort of hybrid topic, which is anytime we see an expanse of technology, betting or otherwise, there comes with this sort of the back end, the ethical evaluation, right? Where do we all belong in this sort of like decision of whether or not a technology can be good or bad or healthy or not healthy for our company, our fans, our growth. How do you all go about sort of evaluating that ethical process? Is it a whole internal team? Is it incumbent upon you? Where do you sort of sit on the sort of ethical line relative to bringing new technology into these things? It got quiet.
Yeah, no, I mean, look for us, it's legal, right? We are in a legal industry. It's legal in 38 states to have sports betting. So it's like anything else. I mean, it's another way to engage fans. It's so amazing to see the interaction between people when they have something on the game and they have a little bit of money on the game. And in other cases, you know, we were talking about this earlier, right? I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, we were saying like how we were talking about one of our companies called Lucra that works with Dave & Buster's, right? You're able to go to Dave & Buster's and challenge your friends whether they can in Pop-A-Shot or on skee ball for a burger, a beer, or a few bucks. Like, these are the types of things that we're talking about enabling, having some fun around this. The incredible companies that have been built over the last several years in the sports betting industry, from FanDuel to DraftKings to seeing what now Fanatics is doing. I mean, it's amazing. I mean, like, think about what you know, Fanatics is bringing e-commerce to the world of sports betting and gaming. That's so interesting, and it's going to be so interesting with your fan cash and how that all plays out. What BetMGM is doing with Marriott and Bonvoy points and how that's going to play together. I mean, like, these are things that we never really ever thought of before, how it's all going to play out. But the coolest part of it all is these entrepreneurs are doing these things that are pushing the limits and doing things that are just incredible, that are helping all of us to enjoy sports even more. And to me, if we're having fun and it's a safe thing to do, then go nuts.
Yeah, I agree. I'll take the other end of the spectrum, though, to some degree, where you're seeing an investment in responsible gaming, right? It's a very big topic. We've been a lead investor in PrizePicks here locally for a very long time, and PrizePicks was very early in integrating responsible gaming tactics, best practices, partnering with outside organizations. You know, it is important that we evaluate that side because, you know, there are opportunities for, you know, foul play. And but I also see it from an investor lens. We see a number of companies who are trying to tackle that problem as well, right? So there are companies who are, you know, integrating other tech to be able to help the end user with responsible gaming. You see, not to go too deep, but you see the UK, you know, publish their white paper about, you know, financial checks, so, you know, for as it relates to gaming and betting and fantasy sports. So there are things that are happening to enable, you know, that sort of experience. But, you know, I would say the large majority of the consumers are, to what you're saying, it's $5 on a game that, like, you have no other interest in, and it's something to do on a Saturday afternoon, right? And it's entertainment. It's coming out of your entertainment budget more than it's coming out of anything else.
Right, and you know, you talk about PrizePicks. I mean, one of PrizePicks and FanDuel and DraftKings and all the sports books are really big clients of one of our companies called IC360. And i360 is the integrity, compliance, education, regulatory technology company across the sports betting industry. We want to make sure that everything is on the up and up, so you can have fun and it really is safe. So, you know, I think, like, being able to introduce products like ProAbet, where players are not able to bet on their games, even if they want to try to do it, that they're automatically stopped because the technology stops it, right? So, like, to be able to introduce those kinds of products to make sure that everything is truly at the highest level of integrity, that all the sports books are compliant, they're doing the right thing. And then, of course, we got to make sure that we educate the players, the coaches, the front office staff, all across this, to make sure that everyone's doing the right thing, and especially colleges, college conferences, college players today. There's so much that we need to do as part of, from an education perspective, that we believe, and that's why we invest a lot of money in the whole regulatory tech side of the sports betting industry.
All right, with a few minutes left, embracing the theme of what's next, we're going to go down the line. What's next? What's the great new thing you're seeing? What's the thing you're most excited about? What's the technology in sports next big thing? What do you like? What do you see out there?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about AI earlier. I would say there's something that's a concern of mine, which I think will generate the next big thing, which are deep fakes, right? And you're going to see more and more of that, and especially as it relates to an athlete, a celebrity, where again things can be misconstrued. These videos are getting really, really, really powerful and really good, and I think there's opportunities around identifying that, or again, talking about leaning into leveraging these technologies and athletes and teams and properties, leveraging the technologies to almost own an AI avatar, as an example, right? I think in my head, I see that as a really big opportunity in the future, just because this isn't going away, right? And it's however we can monitor it and again, embrace it, the better.
I don't have an answer. I have no stinking idea.
None of us do. None of us do.
But that's the fun part. If you had told me that a recently retired center would get $100 million media deal, I would have told you were insane. This has happened. Players have taken telling their own stories through their own channels to the moon. It's fabulous. And that's what gets me excited to wake up every day, is what's going to happen next. So the answer is I have no clue, and I can't wait till we get there.
Todd, I love that. I have no clue either. This is fantastic. No, I guess what I will say is, we talked about this a little bit earlier, that fans are fluid. Your favorite player gets traded. You sometimes go with that player. It used to be that you were so anchored in your community, your home team, but this is now global fandom. So instead of having a one-to-many relationship, we need to have a one-to-one relationship. And I think that's the only way that we can do that is through the efficiency gains that we can get through technology, for it to be super hyper-personalized. It's kind of what you were saying, buddy, of like, there's a generation that wants to lean back, generation that wants to lean forward, and they just want to watch the highlight reels. We've got to be able to figure out who they are, what they want, what they desire, look at their behavior, and find ways to bring them closer to the moments that matter in a way that's going to resonate for them. And that's going to solve all the problems of tune in and reducing churn on streaming and all of these other things, because it's going to be so wonderful that you just can't get enough of it.
Yeah, I'm going to be selfish and say me. No, but no. I think it's interactive live games. I really do believe that's the case. In fact, we during the tour championship that happened here in Atlanta last month now, but we actually launched for the PGA Tour in Vision Pro the ability to have experience parties within Vision Pro. And that meant you can actually bring up the live tournament. You can actually see the models in front of you. You can see live shot trails, and you can have all your buddies around you around the world experiencing that with you, to give crap, to do prop betting, not online yet, but prop betting, but actually being able to experience that no matter where they were in the world. And so we launched that at the Tour Championship. But imagine not having a 3D model in front of you, but actually having the video in front of you, literally on your tabletop, where you actually have augmented AR flying around, all the data visualization, all those pieces, and you have your buddies around you virtually in the piece, watching a virtual screen that's synchronized everywhere and synchronized to what's going on the tabletop video. So you have a 2D video of that, and you can actually synchronize it to your physical 75-inch TV. Right? That gives the fan all the flexibility that they want. They can watch it how they want it, they can experience it how they want it, they can interact with their buddies.
Couldn't have said any better. I mean, look, to me, we're sitting in state-of-the-art building, and this is an awesome experience. We all walk around everywhere with our digital devices, so it's the convergence. It's truly the convergence of the physical and digital worlds is what's next. It's going to get better, and we're going to have even better experiences, and we'll just have more fun. We'll just enjoy our times together with our loved ones, with our friends, with other fans. And that's what this is all about. And I think that's the part that excites me so much, is this, when these things come together. I mean, the amazing media companies that are building these just awesome new experiences for us. The new technology companies that are working with the media companies, working with the leagues, this whole convergence, and the leagues themselves and their willingness to partner and be part of all this, to me, that's what's so exciting about the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with what Jenna and Wayne were saying there. I think for us, it's developing those one-to-one, authentic, personalized experiences, and then how you do that of combining all these technologies you're hearing about today, combining the sports betting, the AR, all the AI tools that are out there, bringing those together to really orchestrate custom, authentic, natural experiences. I think that's where it's going, at least for us in this building and across our teams. There's a ways to go. I think we're spending a lot of time ourselves working on that. I know others are as well. I think that's where it's probably going in the next 5 years.
Well, thanks to everybody. Thanks to Sarah, and thanks to this awesome panel. Appreciate it, guys.
Hey, panel, stay put. Come on, Sam, bring that over here. I want to welcome Dorian DeBar to the stage in front of the sports panel so we can keep looking at all your handsome mugs. Well, Wayne, come on. Hey, Dorian.
Got it. All right, good people. First of all, Atlanta Digital World Summit. What a day. So thank you all for attending, and give yourself a round of applause for being here. This is a phenomenal day. You're talking about, we had folks from all of these different industries coming to talk to us today about things that I myself didn't know, and I learned so much today. We're talking about fintech, 70% of all digital transactions coming through the city of Atlanta. That's a huge deal. I even texted my daughter and made her excited when I heard that. Gaming, the Georgia tax incentives have grown the studio base in Atlanta by 100 times. And even for DeKalb County, where I'm from, and by the way, I'm president of the DeKalb Development Authority, we lead economic development for DeKalb County, and the film studio and the film and entertainment industry has been good to the county, and we're thankful for that. Entertainment, AI is here to stay, and we learned so much about artificial intelligence, and it just made me a smarter individual and human because of it. And then this phenomenal panel behind me, wonderful job on the sports. All of these industries touch us each and every single day, and that was really the point that was driven home here. And they touch us in such a phenomenal way, in a meaningful way, and just for us to be in the room together, just to think about how do we affect these industries and their growth, was just a wonderful day. So thank you, Sarah, for putting this on. And just your commitment. It's just phenomenal, and you've inspired me in more ways than you even know. So this is what I want to do next. These events aren't possible without great folks like Sarah and her team and the folks that put it together today, but the sponsors are super, super important. So I'm gonna mention a few sponsors by name, and if you're here, please come to the stage so that we can acknowledge you. First, AGG, are you in the building? Arnold Gold and Gregory, all right. American Transaction Processing Coalition, all right. Georgia FinTech Academy, we appreciate you if you're here. Decide DeKalb, we here, we in the building, we here. Beckman's American Vodka, my God. Come on, come to the stage. I know you're here. CWC Coaching, Skillshot Media, and Rap Book. Yes, let's get up. We gotta celebrate y'all. Y'all are the reason we're here today. So again, thank you all for attending this wonderful event. Look forward to seeing you all next year. And I have to say this. It is time to party and drink. Let's do it. Thank you all.
Hey, everybody, go behind the screens now. The bar is open.
I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, in my eyes, shining just the way I like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time.